Alright, hello everyone, and welcome back to Ace Attorney. Seeing where we left off from last time, we landed in London and finally finished our first case here. Well, trial anyways, didn't really get a full case. Got some guy not guilty who probably was extremely guilty and then presumably died in a fire inside the very crime scene that we had to investigate last time. I'm assuming he died in there anyway. That seemed to be the implication, considering he went back into the courtroom.
I begin to think.
And then it was set on fire.
Said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction.
So I'm guessing he's gonna be our next murder victim for this one.
Than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
Or we could just be doing a completely different trial altogether. Who knows at this point? But that seems like quite the cliffhanger to end on from last time, so I'm hoping we get some sort of continuation of that.
Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo?
No, not at all.
It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious. I feel like we were staying in a palace. And with all the gaslights twinkling, it was brighter than day even in the middle of the night.
What about the enormous beds? After my time on the SS Brutia, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other.
Oh yes, it was really the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except, when I learned that we owed £3 for the rooms, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare.
Then why did you stay there? Was that like your only option? I mean, maybe I guess it was if it was on such short notice after coming out of a courtroom. Oops. Sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. Or, you know, he could have just fallen for marketing. That works too.
In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill.
Wow, 3 whole pounds. You buy like a single chocolate bar for that amount. Ugh, I'm really sorry.
Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less.
Ugh, London is a scary place. Ah, good morning to you at this early hour. Oh, this guy again. Hopefully he likes our performance. Oh, yes, well...
Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday.
Sato-san is amazing. She hasn't batted an eyelid even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practices. Oh, yes, it was very eye-opening. Thank you.
And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end.
Yeah, even if it probably wasn't the best idea. Yes, I've already been apprised of the events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Oh. No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. Is that all it takes? Just do one murder trial and now you're a lawyer? My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern land. Thank you very much. So, I'm a lawyer now. Now, In view of your appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem. Another case? Already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. Yeah, he was cleared from this mortal coil. What more were you hoping for? The culpability of the defense has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer a judgment.
Well, Lord Van Sykes, it's been a pleasure, so it has.
And says for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. This man got away with murder and then was subsequently murdered. Ironically, in the very courtroom where he was acquitted. I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGilded really was innocent. I don't know, maybe he didn't burn in that carriage, but I think he was inside. It seemed like he was inside the carriage when it went up in flames.
Mr. Naruhodo,
It's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended. Well, you needn't did trouble you for a second longer. Sorry?
what do you mean, Lord Strongheart?
Magnus McGilded passed away, immediately following the trial.
No.
What? Mr. McGilded is... dead? I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. I don't understand. What happened? How can he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you will presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom. Yes, of course. That was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGilded had been accused of. Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames. No.
Could such a thing have happened?
That is being investigated as we speak, but already. The police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of McGilded. That's awful. The man must have slipped inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. That bailiff really needs to pay more attention. Or, you know, he was paid off by McGilded. It's probably why he went back in there to try and sully up the crime scene yet again.
And how could that have happened?
That is also being investigated as we speak.
Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilded did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus.
Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. Sorry? What inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. An inspection of the omnibus? Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. But then who is Mr. McGilded talking about? Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police.
Poor Mr. McGilded.
So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was... wow.
Mr. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of the Great Britain's long history. It really is a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old.
Wow, Sasato-san has such a way with words. Why isn't she the lawyer?
And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones.
The Jujutsu system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can.
Most advanced in the world, is it?
It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair.
Simple? That was simple?
As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose.
I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple.
Circumstances of the case were so incriminating I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Is something funny? No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent. Wouldn't you agree? Well, I don't know about that. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much at least is an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I've prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before. What's going on? What was he going to say before?
Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned?
Don't tell me. It's a murder, and the trial starts in 10 minutes. Well, I think at least one of those things is true. Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment. In fact, this case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? But that is to say, no one has died, as yet. Then what are we investigating? And the trial will not be today. There's plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. So the trial's tomorrow then.
Is everything alright?
Oh, yes. I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was... well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo.
I don't know if I could face Sandy in that courtroom again after Mr. McGilded's trial. Ah, yes. I nearly forgot. There is one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense. Oh. If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome.
The most terrible end awaits the defendant.
Yes, that's right. Here we go again. So I guess instead of having... I mean, we just became a lawyer to be fair, but it almost feels more like we're playing the role of a public defender in this one instead of necessarily our own practice. Your time is up. You will have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits. Last time he mentioned 23 hours, he said there was plenty of time. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There is something I should like to ask you. Oh, what's that? Yesterday, you remarked upon something that you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Oh, well, Kazuma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world works so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself. And there's another thing.
Oh.
Another thing. Continue. On the way here, on the steamship, he said something to me. There's something very important that I have to do. Something very important. And what exactly would that be? never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done if he'd ever made it to Great Britain. You're out of time. Well, thank you for an enlightening discussion.
Mr. Naruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Asogi never once mentioned anything of the sort to me.
I urge you both to focus your attentions on the matter at hand. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He'll be able to apprise you of the details. How long has he been there? So, I wish you the best of luck, and bid you farewell. Hey Duck, how's it going? It's going pretty good here. I'm excited to actually finally get a proper normal case for once. We're already 4/5 of the way through the game where we're finally getting a proper two-part case.
There's something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what did you mean?
I wish I knew. But honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we had better talk to the detective, don't you think?
Yes, you're right.
I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. The hell's he holding? Okay, well now we finally get a chance to explore this room, since we didn't last time. Is this some kind of clock? Are we like in Big Ben? It just finally occurred to me that that's probably where we are. Was that even built? I'm sure it was, right?
Actually, I think we might be inside of some sort of giant clock. But those gears are larger than anything you'd find on a steam locomotive even.
It's eerie. Do you think clocks are some sort of hobby of his? The Lord Chief Justice, I mean.
Well, boys do enjoy fiddling around with machines, don't they?
I'm not sure you could fiddle with cogs that size. And I'm certain you couldn't call him a boy. Still, it's amazing how little noise cogs make, considering how large they are. There's actually something quite soothing about their precise rhythm. That's totally Watson, right? I guess it could be Watson. I'm not like... I thought Watson wasn't a police detective, though? Was he? I don't actually know what Watson was. I know he was a friend of Sherlock in this books, but, like, I barely read any of his stories. And by barely, I mean, like, next to nothing. But I don't recall Watson being related to the police. I thought the police was like a third party, and he was just more like... Sherlock was more like a consultant. Like, I would if I was to compare it to something modern day, I would compare it to something like, you know, some of those like police serials that you'd have that were on TV, like Psych, where the main character wasn't part of the police, but he often worked with the police. Like Psych or House or what's another one? The Mentalist. Those kind of shows. I didn't think he actually had relations to the police. Look at those menacing metal giants facing each other across the room.
I believe they're suits of armor.
Oh, right. I thought maybe they were like the lion dogs we have in Japan guarding shrine gates.
No, not at all. In fact, in Europe, suits of armor like these are always possessed by evil spirits, you know. And they roam around in the middle of the night.
Really? Is there nothing you don't know, Miss Susato?
This book tells me everything I need to know about everything. If you're ever unsure, just ask.
Where did she get that incredible tome? Alright, so apparently she has Google, except every single answer is incorrect. Got it. Just look at how the naughty books packed together on those shelves. They go from floor to ceiling.
And they're all books that you couldn't hope to come by in Japan. It's like a dream.
Yes, a very bad dream.
They're not at all about British law either. They're books about the judicial systems of other Western nations. France, Germany, Spain, Holland.
What about Russia?
Why do you ask?
I was wondering about asking the Lord Chief Justice how you say wardrobe in Russian. What do you think? For the trip home?
I think perhaps it's a thought best abandoned.
Quick Google says Big Ben was finished in 1859. Alright, so I guess, yeah. There's no reason to believe this wouldn't be Big Ben. I mean, I guess it's kind of like, you know, the London landmark after all. Makes sense that they would have you go here at some point. Anything else to click on? Oh, the desk. She has Bing? No, see, if it was Bing, it'd be full of porn. We all know Bing is full of porn. You can't avoid it. The real challenge is not finding porn on Bing.
This must be the Lord Chief Justice's desk. I believe it's made of marble.
Looks more like an over-the-top tombstone that's toppled over to me.
I think that's your fanciful imagination at work again, Mr. Naruhodo.
Looks like everything that's normally made of wood and paper at home is made of bricks and stone here.
I know. That's why this place feels so overbearing, I'm sure.
What about Bigger Ben? Can they read English? Yes. That was established back in like the early second case, first case, somewhere in there. They had like a pretty solid grasp of English. So there's no like language barrier here at all. The hit prequel to Bigger Ben, but it was too big, so they had to downsize it. Is that in her book? Is that where you got that information from, Jack? Generally curious what he's eating. It looks like he's eating... Is it possible he's eating fish and chips? Because, like, those are definitely French fries. And, I mean, I don't know, deep frying, though, in 1889? Or 1898? I don't know about that part, but, like, it could be a piece of fish. I can't think of anything more British than eating fish and chips. Not sure about in a newspaper cone like that, but those are definitely French fries at least. They're supposed to be chips. But then what's the middle thing? Like, what's the white thing in the middle that he's eating? That's a big French fry right there. Could we trouble you? What do you think? Lovely weather, isn't it? What's the weather got to do with anything? Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some flippery about the weather doesn't get every English gent eating out of your hand, you know? But Susato-san told me it was foolproof. I'm a busy man. A very busy man. There's a crime scene to investigate. Well, I'm here to give the likes of you a talking to. Oh, I'm ever so sorry. Can you imagine what the other officers will be saying, hmm? Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the bigwigs these days. Not because of some bumpkin here who's on the jaunt from a country I've never even heard of. Hear that ripping sound? What's my reputation? You're going to tatters. No need to rip us apart as well.
I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it?
Oh, see, yeah, he's not gonna chew out a lady now, right? Okay, I see how it is. It's unusually fine, I grant you. London winters don't see a lot of sunshine. Unbelievable, how did she pull that off? Because she's got nothing down there and two things up there. That's why she was able to pull it off. That's the only reason. So, Lord Strongheart has asked me to fill you in on the case. The name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you. One from Scotland Yard.
Gregson? Inspector Gregson?
What's the matter with Susato-san? Does this detective's name mean something to her? Honestly, I'm kind of with you on the food. That food did look pretty good. The detective is avoiding being anti-woman. He's doing a terrible job at it, let's be real.
Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson?
He's like barely hanging on here. That's why he had to play the racism card. You're acting like you know this man, Mr. Sato, but he's a London detective.
Oh, I do know him. Very well, in fact.
Very well.
Yes, he features prominently in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes.
Oh, in that publication. What's it called again? Ranced Magazine?
That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderful friendly rivalry.
Really? You rival the great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible.
Oh, well, I don't know about that. Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with the goods from time to time.
Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of a bad lot of all Scotland Yarders. Those are his own words.
That's his highest praise?
Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see.
That he is not. Well, thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London town now.
What's great, isn't it?
I have to admit, to start with, I was a little, well, flattered by all the attention. Well, everyone wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation at the yard went through the roof.
Well, that's wonderful.
No, it is not. There's nothing more sinister than a man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure.
Rumors?
Are you quite sure?
It's changed since he started appearing in those stories. The fame's gone to his head. Stuff like that.
Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you?
Like I said, they whisper, so I can't catch exactly what they're saying, but I know what folk are like. Well, I'm sure that's what they're saying. As sure as eggs is eggs.
I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work.
Oh dear. Perhaps a sudden rise to fame does change people.
This is basically supposed to be the Watson stand-in? I guess it could be, but I don't know. Is Watson... Okay, now I need to Google this. I need to brush up on my basic Sherlock Holmes lore here. Who the fuck was Watson? Watson doesn't even appear on his page. Oh no. No, he doesn't even appear on the page. You go to the Wikipedia for Sherlock Holmes and Watson isn't even mentioned. Yeah, like you control F on the Wikipedia page for Sherlock Holmes and Watson isn't even there. Oh, that's because I spelt it wrong. Never mind. Yeah, Watson wasn't a detective. It just says he's his friend, not that he's yeah, not that he was a police detective. He was a private detective, and he was in the army as a surgeon. Man's an actual doctor, not a police detective. So, about the case that the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before.
Nothing to tell, really. Well, as far as we're concerned at the yard, it couldn't be simpler.
Oh dear. That probably means, as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated.
I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right.
A young woman was walking along the pavement of Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Unfortunately, it wasn't a fatal, but she's still laid up in hospital, unconscious.
Okay, 100% says she's never waking up. This is a Phoenix Wright game. We can't not have a murder trial.
It's despicable. What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind?
Well, I suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with a Susato takedown, would you?
That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo.
Brace yourself, Jonosuke. You've angered her now.
Anyway, after some of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest.
So, there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit.
Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question?
Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one.
Sorry?
There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now.
Why ever not?
Simple. The prosecutor has been assigned to the trial tomorrow. is Lord Beric von Zex.
No.
Sounds like you've heard of him then.
Oh yes, we are very familiar with Lord Van Zix. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself.
The Reaper of the Bailey. Lord Baroque von Zix, who we faced in court only yesterday.
Mr. McGill told us about him before the trial, didn't he?
But the name is so similar and it mentioned he's in the book. Well, yeah, but there's there's it's not just Watson and Sherlock in the books. It's also the police. Scotland Yard is very prominent in the books because pretty much every one of his stories involves Sherlock working with the police. That's like the big thing. Like I said, like if you were to compare it to something modern, compare it to like, you know, those TV shows like Psych, House, The Mentalist. It's about like someone who's like essentially a private detective who is a consultant for the police. That's how like Sherlock Holmes works. He gets called up by Scotland Yard to come help with a case. And I would imagine if there is a detective in the books, it's probably this guy. I don't know what his name is, but according to Wikipedia anyways, there's no way this guy's gonna be Watson, the Watson stand-in, because like Watson did not work for the police. He was just a friend of Sherlock and helped him on his cases. See his name IRL as in not at all a pun and just dramatization of a real life person. What was his name again? I'm assuming he's in the court record. Tobias Gregson. I mean, it does sound like a pretty normal name. I would imagine it's probably a character from the books, like, or based on the name of like a character in the books. Let's see. Can we see a list of characters from Sherlock Holmes here? Well, this is for the characters. They're like... It's not really like a list of characters. Yeah, there's a page for like Sherlock Holmes a character, but not really for like the book series itself. Because usually on Wikipedia you'll get like, you can like look up a series of like fictional series, and it'll give you a list of characters from the series that are prominent in it. So I have no idea if Tobias Gregson may possibly be based, like the name itself be similar to one from the equivalent character from the books. Maybe it's even directly lifted. Maybe that copyright wasn't an issue. But, yeah. Oh, you're talking about the defendant. No, they haven't mentioned the defendant's name yet, I don't think. I mean, it hasn't appeared in here yet. Unless he's the defendant, could you imagine? I mean, we beat him last case, right? We wouldn't be here still if we got a guilty verdict, right? Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure he's gonna be no problem for us at all. Look, if his descendant can beat fucking the chief of police, I think this guy should be a pushover. When Van Ziek stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. This Reaper of the Bailey nickname, I suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty, is that it?
Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zieks, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty.
And what of it?
Oh, well, I think that means that even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant.
Oh, you really don't have a clue, do you?
What do you mean?
What happened to the bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Magnus McGilda came a cropper in that omnibus when it went up in flames. So you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you?
What are you saying?
Look, if Van Zieks could get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. That's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles, he works magic. Black magic.
So are you saying that he killed him?
Would have a good long think about that if I were you.
Are we really supposed to believe that?
Right, well, I filled you in as requested, and I'm very nearly out of chips. So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. I'm still carrying on a few investigations there.
It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place.
That's correct, ma'am. If you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself.
You've branded him a criminal already?
He's as good as. Shaking like a leaf in his cell, he is. He'll give you a chuckle if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way.
Inmate 53. Thank you. Yeah, it was a not conclusive. Like, technically we got a not guilty, but that was just because there was no proof to the contrary. Because somebody messed with the crime scene in the middle of the trial. So we couldn't actually... the mystery was never really solved. And we couldn't really pin it on anyone else because we had no definitive proof of anyone else doing it. So we got the not guilty on a technicality, and then our client just happened to end up dead after the trial. And the crime scene went up in flames in the middle of the courtroom. Probably with McGilded inside. So there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say.
Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? To tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage too.
But if the man they've arrested is innocent, you could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny.
So,
if I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try. So I think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help?
did you really think you had to ask? After all, I am your judicial assistant.
Thank you. So then, shall we?
Yes, let's go.
Fumble the Century would have taken the 10,000. Yeah, no, this guy's too pure for that. He didn't want to accept it, because, like, pretty much, it was, like, it turned out the guy was, like, a loan shark as well. And, he wasn't exactly not guilty himself. Even if maybe on the off chance he really did kill the guy. So we can go to the scene of the crime, or we can go to the prison. Let's go to the prison first. Might as well talk to our client. Why was he inside? Because apparently, so at the end of the trial, he told us that they were going to reinspect the crime scene, and he wanted to be present for it. The police wanted to reinspect the crime scene, he wanted to be present for it. So he went back to the courtroom, and got to reinspect the crime scene, and when he did that, the crime scene went up in flames. And it turns out, according to the Chief of Lord of Justice here, that reinspection never happened. So I don't know what McGilded was doing. Is probably paying people off to go back to the crime scene, probably to mess with it further, so that they never figured out that he was the one who killed the guy, or something. But I guess someone else had different plans. So these are British prison cells. Yeah, you're right. He did say he was from inside. Thank you. I forgot that that Lord Chief Justice man did say that specifically. But yeah, he was inside. He went up in flames, and now he's dead. Did he set it on fire? I don't know. Somebody set it on fire, clearly. Who knows who did that? Maybe it was self-immolation. Maybe the prosecutor did it. I mean, seems to be an implication of that. Someone else entirely who really didn't like him. The actual perpetrator?
They're ghastly. It feels just like a dungeon.
Yeah, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Who spells cozier with a S? I guess the British do. That's weird. That doesn't look like the word cozy or cozier. It looks French.
Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo. You're making it seem even worse.
Apparently our client is in the cell here, but it's so dark at the back there I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like.
Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to see you. Stop on in at the back of the cell and show your face at once.
Who is our client?
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think is going on here?
I have no idea. But I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of complaints was in Japanese. Okay. This is like the most normal looking character I've ever seen in a Phoenix Wright game. Like, he almost doesn't belong in this series. Compare this guy with, like, literally any other client we've ever had. This guy would stick out like a sore thumb for being so normal. Excuse me, but who— Shh! Quiet!
They're all around, hiding. One or they are. They're watching, listening. Even now, I can sense it.
Right. So, could I ask you who exactly—
Oh, there you are. You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it. You're a ghost.
A ghost?
We mean you no harm, prisoner-san. Are you Japanese by any chance?
This is beyond my wildest dreams.
Okay, maybe the guy's like hopped up on drugs or something, but he still looks very normal for a Phoenix Wright client.
Forgive me for the outburst before. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's fine. We were just a little surprised, that's all.
Imagine it! It's been 12 long months since I've left my hometown, and here I am, in a frightful fix in a foreign land. So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damp, dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment.
Who could have guessed this new client Lord Strongheart assigned to us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese?
Ah, what compassion my fellow countrymen show. To dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign client, student. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nippon!
A first-class lawyer? Oh dear, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here.
I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what's happened? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example?
Yes, I can, I will! Shit, stay solid and silent!
I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy.
Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I am a lawyer, as you said. My name is Ryosuke Naruhodo.
And I am Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba.
I am a visiting student, sent here by our government. Notably, notoriously named Natsume! Soseki Natsume.
This is a real person? What do you mean this is a real person? No one said anything about this being based on real events. We had fucking Sherlock Holmes in here, and you're telling me this guy's real? Who the fuck is Soseki Natsume? Well, at least that makes it easy to Google. I don't have to worry about game spoilers. Oh, he was a novelist. Considered one of the greatest writers in modern Japanese history and is often called the first modern novelist of Japan. Okay. The guy made a bunch of famous books, I guess. Interesting choice of character to stick in here. Upon his return to Japan, he succeeded Lafcadio Hearn. Okay, well that's a name I recognize from elsewhere. As a lecturer in English literature at Tokyo Imperial University. Huh. Alright. Why not, I guess? Soseki Natsume-san? What an unusual name.
Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see. A writer of haiku. It's something of a nom de plume.
A nom de plume? You mean an alias?
That's right, Naruhodo-san.
No, no, no! Don't be so prosaic. It's much more refined than that.
And haiku? That really reminds me of home.
Did I hear you say that you were a visiting student sent over here by the government?
Yes, that's right. A year ago, I was told to go and study English. First, I had to suffer that misery, and now this! It's beyond the pale!
Suffer that misery? Did you not want to study here?
No, I mean, I've had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course.
Oh.
But just because the government tells you to do something doesn't mean you can do it? No!
What do you mean?
If they told me to study English literature, that I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language.
How do you study English literature but not the English language? How does it even work?
Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable.
Man loves his alliterations. I see.
Only the other day I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on white washi.
You must be a man of great standing.
Oh, yes. So I'm often told.
And often like to be told, it seems. I wonder if he was like in Japanese, he was doing haiku on the fly in those little bits, and they just turned that into alliteration for whatever reason because the haiku didn't translate super well. That would be my guess.
Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Soseki-san?
I didn't do it. I didn't commit that atrocious murder.
Murder?
Oh, no. It's all right. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes.
Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker?
Oh, I didn't see anyone.
What?
If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here?
Oh dear, it seems this case is becoming rather complicated.
Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient.
So Soseki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker.
It's vital that we find out more about the case.
You don't think he's saying haiku lines? I mean, he isn't in English for sure, but I'm wondering if maybe in Japanese if they were haiku. I mean, sure, the gestures are a little extravagant for reciting haiku, but I could kind of see it. I would believe it if that was true. He actually does say haiku in the original Japanese? Oh. That's kind of cool then. That makes a lot of sense, because they specifically bring up haiku and poetry in this conversation. So I figured that had to be the case. But according to Wikipedia, the guy does go on to write a whole bunch of books.
It was an accursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear and with heavy fog. And heavy with fog. I'd been to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings.
Sure, the bookshop wasn't accursed too.
As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman, wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet.
Terrible.
I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard.
Slight exaggeration there, perhaps.
I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran, as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings.
That's not good.
They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that.
Tell me, Soseki-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours?
Don't be ridiculous. Do you think I know any of these fair-haired English? And a young woman at that. I'm diffident, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people.
Well, you're talking to us. I see. A young woman known to Soseki-san. Well, actually, we engaged the conversation, so that's a little different. And at the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anybody pass you?
Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul.
No one? Oh, great.
So the victim was unknown to you and there was nobody else on the street at the time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it?
What conundrum? Well, we have no proof of another attacker. I think the conundrum's pretty obvious here. It's easy to see why they thought he did it. What do you mean, Susato-san? What's the conundrum?
Well, if what Soseki-san had just told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says he didn't know the victim, and that there was no one else at the scene. Then he apparently fled without having been seen.
I did!
But if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit.
What did you just say?
Nothing. I did see anything. Oops. Perhaps I thought that a little loudly.
Actually, that's not what's troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Soseki-san actually come to be arrested?
Sorry?
We didn't touch the victim and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So, how did the police ever discover the key was there in the first place?
Oh, yes. She's right.
It was him. That cursed great detective. He led the police to me. Of all the bad luck.
A cursed great detective?
Could it be? I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live. With his hearty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Brash, big-headed, busybody, begone! May you be cursed until the end of your days, Herlock Sholmes. I knew it.
Mr. Sholmes?
Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure.
It was a morning after that nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst in through the door. They started shouting at me. "This is the police! Put the weapon down!" Yes, it was a thin sliver, and yes, it was hard, but I wasn't eating a weapon. Disgusting dietary discrimination, devils!
You clearly had a trying morning yesterday.
And there he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That Herlock Sholmes.
It's actually just Herlock Sholmes. He's English.
I've since found out that he's a famous name in detection here in London.
Yes, the great detective is really very well known.
And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts apparently. He thinks I'm the knife-wielding madman. Me! This weak, stupid kitten of a man.
I wonder what great deduction process led him to his conclusion this time.
Do you mean to say that Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable.
Well, the thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in.
Of course you were. That's only natural.
I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing questions after question at me in impossible English. Fiendish, foreign, flammery.
Well, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English.
Good point, good point. But my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So I just kept repeating things like, yes, I do, and I'm fine. The next thing I knew, I was in manacles. And before I knew it, I was thrown in here.
Oh dear. I'm afraid that's hardly surprising.
I'm fine. He's not fine now. Does this guy think he is Apollo Justice?
Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo. And when we're speaking English, a simple Mr. is more than enough.
Oh, yes, alright, yes, they've really got to me. This country is poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you?
Well,
Why? Why? Why is it so hard to say yes to me?
well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself, on a study tour.
A student?
I have defended a case in the Old Bailey, only the one though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means.
Naruhodo-san.
I'm not even the foreign student who is supposed to be here. I'm a sort of locum lawyer, I suppose.
But that armband, that's the mark of a defense lawyer for my great empire.
It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend.
A keepsake? I know exactly what they're saying about me.
Oh, who do you mean?
The lawyers, all the British defense lawyers, they won't defend me.
Goodness, why do you say that?
For the same reasons you noted before. When it happened, there was only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit.
It must be very hard for you, Soseki-san.
And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them. Someone not to be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before. In my earshot, without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said. And, of course, the foreigner did it. They even had the gall to say the man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway.
That's awful.
They're wrong. I've studied more English than half of the policemen out there on the streets. Traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So, at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me, in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through.
Soseki-san, it's just that... Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can, for the time being.
What do you mean?
We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If If we could find some clues, it'll give us a much better chance, I'm sure.
Oh, yes, yes. Thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
You should be going then, Naruhodo-san. We have a case to prepare for.
Very creative way to translate polite language, or like humble language from Japanese. Probably throwing all the affixes at him. Just don't translate it all. That bike looked pretty fucked up. His boyfriend died. He's definitely been through a lot. Damn. What do you mean boyfriend? Oh, you're talking about Naruhodo. I thought you were talking about fucking Saseki over here. I was like, what do you mean? That was a girl who died. Is he a horse? I'm trying to think like what would the what they're translating Esquire from here. I think it's like less. In this case, I would imagine it's probably less of a prefix and more of like just it's him using like the super mega ultra polite language that just doesn't exist at all in English. Is my guess anyway. So this is where it happened. Briar Road.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at that regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak.
That is their job, you know.
But, Mr. Naruhodo, to see one with my own eyes. Often depicted in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, but I never dreamt I'd ever come this close. To a real Bobby's helmet.
What? The helmet?
Of course. I have to try it on one day.
Well, I hope your Hattie dream comes true.
What's the Japanese delegation doing here?
Oh, Inspector Gregson.
Was this on the tourist trails, if I'm fairly sure you're well aware?
Yes, of course. We're here to investigate.
So you've been to the Holden cells, then? What'd you make of the criminal?
He's not a criminal as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect.
We'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Well, do what you will. It doesn't bother me. The bloke's in court tomorrow, whatever happens. And the verdict's a foregone conclusion.
Ugh, stone cold air of rejection.
Take heart. London at this time of year is full of stone cold air.
That makes it worse somehow. Should we talk with him first? Yeah, might as well.
Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about it in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I've been fascinated by the place.
The Yard is the most sophisticated policing organization you'll find anywhere in the world, ma'am.
You know, I've always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet.
It does make them look the part, seeing that policeman there with his helmet on. Certainly get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty of protecting the city.
Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful?
Being a Londoner Bobby is a hard going, I can tell you.
Oh really?
But first thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes round and rouses all the laborers on his beat so they can get off to work.
What? He wakes people up?
Yep. Raps on the windows with a long pole. Did it myself going back a bit.
I had no idea.
But Bobby works for the people of the town. It's just another one of his duties. Well, after that, he starts tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. Best to cover 20 miles a day. That's regulation distance.
I can't really imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way.
Let me see. 20 miles. That's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama.
On foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far.
And when it gets dark, of course, he has the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps.
Oh my.
And I suppose in between all of those duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well.
And chase after criminals trying to evade the law.
I'm not sure you could call it in between exactly. More alongside, but yes. They're expected to handle his jobs well as well. We do have men keeling over from time to time, I admit.
I always dreamt of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Your heavy heart will be my heavy head if you do. It looks vaguely like your street today, snow everywhere. I'm shocked there even is snow. It was explained to me that London doesn't really get snow. Or most of England for that matter. Rain maybe, not snow.
What happened around 5 in the evening 2 days ago? Just there on that open bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind.
Is it right that the lady is still unconscious now? You mentioned that she's been being treated in a hospital.
One of us said she was a lady. The truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find that much out about her at all.
I suppose that means they haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course.
Here's a map of the local area I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want.
Really? Are you sure?
Well, it's your policy to give lawyers and defendant suspects the odd bit of information to go on.
I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still.
Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept.
A lot more helpful than Gumshoe.
Anyway, well, as far as we know, there's no one else on the scene other than the victim and your fellow countrymen. So who did it, do you think? Not much of a head-scratcher, is it?
Well, I know Mr. Natsume is also claiming to not to have seen anyone else around, but
Just because you didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean we can be sure that nobody else was present.
I'm sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure.
How?
Because, ma'am, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed.
it what?
We have 2 very reliable witnesses, no less. It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see him.
There are witnesses now? So wait, our client didn't see them, but somehow through all the fog they saw him? Who are these witnesses, Inspector?
Bello and his wife. The man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in the whole of London. He's a copper from Scotland Yard.
A policeman? That might change things.
And this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked?
Nothing peculiar about that, ma'am. Part and parcel of being a bobby. Catching them banging the act and all that.
Do you think it might be possible for us to ask that policeman a few questions?
Be my guest. You can ask him what you like. In court tomorrow.
Oh,
Well, I've no doubt he'll be summoned as a witness. So I'll give you something to look forward to.
that's that then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems.
Policeman witnessed the incident. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you this could make our job very difficult indeed.
Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too. Oh yes, one more thing, Inspector.
What?
Person who led you to the suspect. I hear that was Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
What are you bringing him up for?
Was it something I said? Color is drained from his cheeks. It was very windy and snowy today. Barely could look up when I got out, get some cough drops from. Yeah, it was pretty bad. I had to go out and shovel while it was still snowing, which, you know, usually isn't the best of ideas. But considering how deep the snow already was in our driveway, it was probably a good thing that I went out when I did. If it got any higher, it would have been a hell of a time trying to dig everything out beyond that. Fortunately, the driveway itself was pretty clean, but like there was easily a foot or more of snow, like right in the ditch at the edge of the driveway before it goes onto the road. No one was getting out if I left that alone. Everything else was pretty good, but yeah, it was mostly had to just dig out the drain area from where the sidewalk connected to the road. And then it was also pretty windy and cold as a result. Snow blowing in my face the whole time. Thankfully, I didn't have to be out there for very long.
That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Are you going to defend him or not?
Well,
Makes no difference to me, but I will just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt would touch that case with a barge pole.
because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean?
There's no way to save the man now. It's a waste of time trying. It's all a bit strange, though.
Sorry?
The Reaper. He hasn't appeared in court for once for a good few years now.
Yes, we did hear something to that effect.
And the only people he usually bothers with are the real scrum. The master criminals, the violent ones.
Master criminals?
The violent ones?
That's right. He handpicks his victims. Only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins.
But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely.
That's just my point, sunshine. Yes, the woman was stabbed. I didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into, for want of a better phrase.
How do we know he's not, like, literally sinking his teeth into people? Have we proven guy's not a vampire? Oh my god. I don't know what gave me the hiccups just now, but that's not good for a game like this. Luckily there was someone else home when they took care of the shoveling while I was out. Yeah. And did you also have to... Was shoveling also had to be done at your place during the snow? Or did it at least stop snowing first? Because I can only imagine how much snow actually fell after I finished and went back inside. I have a sneaking suspicion that one might have to go out tomorrow and do the same thing again. Assuming it doesn't snow again. Volunteers tribute to see if he bites. See, okay, so that's the thing. Would you, if let's say you got bit by a vampire and getting bit by a vampire turns you into a vampire, would you do it? Would you volunteer to go and get bit by a vampire to become one? I'd have to say, I might do that. I wouldn't be totally against the idea. I mean, what would really be the big deal of it? I already stay inside, out of the sun, most of the day, so that's already taken care of. What's the worst that can happen? Sounds like a pretty good gig. You're immortal. That's a pretty good bonus. I don't know, doesn't sound too bad to me. Maybe getting bit by this Baron guy here isn't that big of a problem. You know, maybe Naruhodo himself would want to consider it. Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it?
No, there's got to be more to it. For some reason he's taking an interest.
You know, it just kind of also occurred to me, this is London in the 1800s. What are the chances we have to, like, deal with the, with Jack the Ripper? And what are the chances our prosecutor friend may be that guy? I mean, that's a pretty common trope. You set a game in Victorian London, and it's you at some point have to encounter Jack the Ripper, or some, like, variation of him. What are the chances that that guy appears in this game too, at some point? Maybe it's too obvious of a twist, but I could see it happening.
Really? What sort of reason, Inspector?
You think I can tell what's going on inside the head of that Lord of Darkness? You'll have to ask him yourself at tomorrow's trial.
Are we really gonna have to face a Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he put it? The same just means I need to cut garlic bread for my diet. So okay, so here's the cool fact about garlic and vampires I learned a while back. So the reason why that garlic is attributed as like one of vampires' weaknesses isn't because garlic itself is poisonous to vampires. It's just the idea that because vampires have like super senses, like superhuman smelling, hearing, touching, and all that, the smell of garlic is so potent it just like completely makes them near vomit. Because, you know, back in the day, everyone hated garlic. It was too strong. It was a terrible smell. I mean, nowadays, everyone loves garlic. It's fucking delicious. Everyone wants more garlic. You can never have enough garlic. But the idea was that, you know, because their sense of smell was so much stronger than the normal humans, that if the moment they even like so much as whiffed a scent of garlic, they would just fall over and keel over and puke and couldn't handle being in the area. So they would run away. So it's not that they can't consume garlic. It's just that apparently vampires just really hate the smell of it because it's too strong for them. So I feel like that would vary from vampire to vampire. Like if someone who loves garlic got turned into a vampire, I don't think garlic's going to do shit to them. They're just going to want even more of it. So garlic itself as a weakness is like nothing. And then the whole like, you know, silver being an issue for them, well, okay, we don't use silver in anything anymore. You know why vampires don't see themselves in the mirror? Because they used to have silver in it. Modern mirrors aren't made of silver. They use other materials now. So that's not a problem. And then, okay, running water. Well, then just don't take a shower. Just have a bath. Baths are apparently fine. I mean, if you're getting turned into a vampire, you weren't going near a church anyway, so you can cut out like half of those things. So what's left for you? Sunlight? Okay. Just go outside with like a cloak or something. I don't know. There's probably lots of ways. Just get some really strong sunscreen. They didn't have that like 200 years ago. They got that now. Sure, that's not a problem.
Where'd you hear that name from?
Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsume who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings. I'm sure it was the result of one of Mr. Sholmes' inspirational great deductions.
Fiddle faddle! The man's an amateur. Well, I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere.
Oh.
I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime, wanders around spelling incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, he claims to have solved the case.
Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he?
He is a great help to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he?
Gibble gabble. Ever seen this before?
Oh, yes, that's Rance Magazine.
The wonderful publication in which the adventures of Herlock Sholmes appears.
Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several of the Yard's detectives in its stories. And the so-called great detective makes a mockery of all of us. If you ask anyone at the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any Herlock Sholmes tale at all.
Well, I suppose there is an element of that.
We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be trumped by the public thanks to an obnoxious detective. Man's as dangerous to us at Scotland Yard as he is to all our criminals.
That can't really be true, can it, Inspector?
Clearly, the great detective and the police have a complex relationship. Well, I don't think we're going to get any more useful information out of the detective.
Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion?
Oh, yes. What is it?
Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this.
By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes?
Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, exactly.
Look at those shining eyes. You can't wait, can you? Well, Mr. Natsume did blame Mr. Sholmes for all of this, didn't he?
Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in this case. Are you just going to ignore that? I hope not. I assure you it's not simply my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again. Well, the trouble is, we have no idea of the man's address even. Oh, it's Baker Street.
How do you know that?
It's in the stories, of course. 221B Baker Street, most famous address in the world.
Oh, I see. Well, there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. We better try to find our way there before Susato-san gets any more excited and unpredictable.
Huh, I'll summon a carriage.
Can't stand having a bath? Well, it's no different than taking a shower. It's just a little longer. I mean, yeah, showers are more convenient, but come on. Really? That would be why you wouldn't want to be a vampire, is because you have to take a bath instead of a shower from now on? So we're to have a reunion already with the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Can we at least, like, examine the crime scene before we leave? While we're here?
That's a rather typical old brick building, isn't it? I'm sure it has a long and interesting history.
Well, time certainly seems to have taken its toll on the place. It's crooked and sagging all over. In fact, it looks decidedly worse shaped than the other houses around here. Yeah, there seem to be a lot of crooked houses in this area.
We must find some cheap lodgings ourselves as soon as possible.
Yeah, you're right. Cheap, but ideally with reasonably level floors.
Oh, a British bicycle, look. Although the wheel is so misshapen, I'm sure it couldn't possibly be ridden anymore.
Someone must have been doing some breakneck cycling.
Seems bicycles have become extremely popular in London recently. There's even a movement to change women's dress to allow them to ride as well.
Bicycle fad won't last. I don't see why anyone would want to ride something like that.
Goodness, do you dislike bicycles?
No, not at all. I mean, it's not that I dislike them exactly. It's just that any occupation that involves taking both of your feet off firm ground seems reckless. If you'd ever tried walking on stilts and fallen into a river, I know you'd agree with me.
We'll have to hire a bicycle sometime. You can sit behind me while I ride you around.
Bicycles? Nah, they're stupid. No one's ever gonna want those things. Now, penny farthings, on the other hand, that's a real gentleman's ride. Clouds look so big and heavy in the sky, don't they? With the dense fog as well, everything looks hazy.
Well, it is known as Foggy London Town.
I can just make out some of this sort of spire in the fog. Looks like it's still being built, though.
Huh, yes, that must be the Crystal Tower. Being built for the great exhibition that's to open in 6 months' time. Apparently it's going to be very striking, glazed on all sides and the symbolic centerpiece of the exhibition.
It's to be the largest exposition in history, isn't it? Can't even begin to imagine it. Is that a real place? The Crystal Tower? I'm sure it probably is, with the way they're talking about it. That's one of the officers from Scotland Yard. Police are making sure the crime scene is undisturbed. I have a feeling that if we wander too close, we'll be clapped in irons.
I think perhaps you're being a little overcautious. We've done nothing wrong, so we have no cause for concern.
Oh no, I'm not getting caught out here again. Twice is enough. Twice I found myself in handcuffs despite not knowing a thing about what's going on.
Yes, you've had some dreadful experiences. I'm sure it's that wide-eyed look of panic you're so prone to. It does you no favors at all.
Ugh. I would also like to test if Herlock a vampire. Oh, what if he's Jack the Ripper? That would be kind of fucked up, but I could almost see it. Actually, you know what? If they wanted to try and pull like the same thing that Game 5 did, with like the detective ending up being the bad guy in the end, I feel like Herlock would almost do a better job of it, because he's actually like present, and there almost feels like there's more opportunity for him to do this sort of thing than that detective. That detective was like, that came out of nowhere in probably not the best way. It still was cool, but it was not handled very well in my opinion. You understand, I have a lot of muscle issues getting in and out of the tub already. But if you're a vampire, you wouldn't have those muscle issues, though. That's the thing. You would have, like, regenerative properties. You would be in, like, perfect shape all the time. Forever. That's what being a vampire means. You won't have to worry about anything like muscle pain anymore. So I feel like that's a non-issue. I can't see people getting popular. Reminder that Nick didn't have a car and only used a bicycle. Yeah, but I mean, like, come on. It's like bicycles, new invention. Nobody likes new things. Everyone hates new things. Progress sucks. We don't want progress. Those cars, they're gonna put horseshoe makers out of business. Who'd want that? Just as bad as bicycles, if you ask me.
What a delightful snowman.
I didn't realize the English had a tradition of making snowmen as well. It looks a little creepy, though.
Oh, it has a scarf. Look.
You'd need one if you're out in this freezing cold all the time. Wish I had one.
I'm afraid our budget is somewhat frozen at the moment, too.
We certainly can't afford a scarf. Surely the snowman here wouldn't miss his.
But the person who made the snowman certainly would.
Yeah, I know. You're right. Anyway, even if I borrowed it, it wouldn't do much to warm my neck, would it? It's covered in snow. Yeah, also, there's like 3 policemen right around here, plus the inspector. Good luck taking that.
Oh, it's a Scotland Yard carriage. They use vehicles like that to rush to crime scenes and cart away criminals.
You're very well informed, aren't you?
It's long been a dream of mine to ride one of those through the streets of London.
Well, just pick up a stone and throw it through one of the windows then.
But that would mean being arrested in order to ride it. Wouldn't it? Still, if it's the only way, help me find a good stone.
No, I wasn't being serious. Not quite as bad as Maya, but get in there. This patch of pavement must be where the incident occurred.
Yes, it's a very wide open space, isn't it?
That's true. Can't see anywhere an attacker could have been hiding. They were hiding behind the snowman.
Oi! What are you foreigners doing here?
Oh,
Just conspiring with that mustache fella from Japan, are ya?
conspiring?
Come here to destroy evidence, have ya? Get out of here before I give you an iron. Go on.
He shoot us away like rats.
Yes, we should give him a wide berth, I think.
What a disappointing experience.
It's because you don't live here. That's why he hates you. And before Herlock somehow kills Gregson. Oh shit, cutscene.
Thank you very much. It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day. Thanks again. This is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
I didn't know it was quite so grand. I've seen pictures of like the real place it's based on at the actual address, and it's like not even close to this. No snow in the cutscene. Wait, you're right, there was no snow in the cutscene. Well, you know what? The cutscene's more accurate to London, from what I understand, than the actual crime scene, so I'll believe the cutscene over the crime scene in this case. So this is where the great detective makes his living. It's surreal to be here somehow. I wonder if there's any, like, references to some of his adventures in here. If only I've read more of his books. Is it as described in the stories, Miss Susato? Susato-san?
Many famous cases have been solved here in this very room.
Oh, I suppose they must have been, yes. I've never read the stories, so it's hard to get quite as excited about as she seems to be.
The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into fog down an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it. The romanticism. Can't you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, I suppose I can, yes.
So, if you don't mind, I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please, don't mind me.
She's obviously obsessed. Well, it looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. Excuse me, is anybody home? Either it's far enough for the weather to be different, or enough for plot hole. I mean... it's not impossible that it could, like, snow or rain in one part of a city, but not another. I mean, during the summer, it could be bone dry and sunny in, like, in northern part of town, and then southern part gets, like, full of rain. It's not impossible. It'd probably still be cold. Actually, if anything, it's weirder that there was snow in the crime scene, because in the previous cutscenes that showed London, like in the previous case, also no snow, completely dry, and that feels more accurate from what I understand of London than the fact that there was like a heavy coating of snow. That looked more like something you'd see in Canada, not England. Oh, it's her.
Hello, is it a big new case for Mr. Sholmes?
Hello? Wait, aren't you...
Oh, how rude of me. I'll go and make us some tea at once.
Alright, that's our Watson stand-in. I'm sure it's the same girl. Living in the same house as him? That's gotta be the Watson stand-in.
Mr. Sato, did you see the girl who was just here? Oh yes, isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on his case.
The King of Bohemia?
King Wilhelm Gostris Sigismund von Hohenstein, of course.
Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventures of Herlock Sholmes for a moment and look over there.
The tea is brewed, and I have a freshly baked cake as well. Oh, it's you!
I knew it. Susato-san recognizes her too.
And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial of one of my experiment smoke grenade launcher. Oh, good day to you. I'm the inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
It's the girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGilder's trial in the defendant's antechamber.
I've never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Or you having to get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London.
Oh, yes, it was challenging.
Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know.
Oh, thank you. Is tea supposed to look that color? I mean, what color are you talking about here? Because there's a lot of colors of tea besides green.
Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavor. Hooray, it's a winner. I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see. Oh, you must be exhausted after your long voyage here, and you have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and you're to defend a Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck. Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley, do you?
Hurley? Mr. Sholmes to you, surely.
Mr. Sholmes was a fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Was he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's out on an errand again today, even though he's just returned from overseas.
Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after the trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things, do you think?
And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' suite? Oh, silly me. Haven't introduced myself, have I? It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson.
Yeah, that's Watson.
I live here together with Hurley.
Ah, Iris, is it? What a lovely name.
What?
What's the matter?
No, wait. This can't be. Did you say that your name is Wilson?
What's the matter with Susato-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden?
Yes, that's right. And what are your names?
Oh, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan.
Oh, sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Nothing. Susie and Bruno. Got it. Susie?
And Runo? Oh, there's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her. I don't know where to start.
Yes, and so do I.
Can we examine first? I feel like that might be the better thing to be doing here. The sassy lost child. What would her stand name be? Oh man. I'm trying to think of like songs that would be. Wait, is the Who already taken? I'm sure that's already been used as a stand name. 'Cause I feel like that would be perfect. I don't know, that was like just the first thing that came to mind. That would totally be her stand name. The Who. Well, okay, look, The Who's a British band, right? It's like, it's perfect. It just feels like the perfect name for like a detective to have as a stand. Who from London. What on earth is this huge over-the-top machine?
That's the great analytics scope. It can analyze anything, really. Anything at all. That's absolutely incredible. It's one of Hurley's inventions. It took him a whole year. He said it was to help him with his investigations. What sort of things has he analyzed with it? Do you know? Well, actually, he hasn't used it for anything yet. Oh.
Why not?
Apparently, on the evening he finally completed it, it suddenly occurred to him. I don't actually have anything I need to analyze.
Yeah, he's kind of feels like he just knows the answers, doesn't he? Why are there bullet holes in the wall over there? We're just gonna ignore that, I guess.
Oh dear.
I don't think I could have clicked on those bullet holes.
How about you, Bruno? Do you have anything you'd like to analyze?
Well, the only thing that springs to mind is this machine itself. I can't click on these. Oh, I can't click on these. Thank goodness. Why are there all these bullet holes up in the wall there? Was Mr. Sholmes trying to shoot a pestery fly or something?
Mr. Sholmes would never do something so reckless.
No?
Those are the letters VR standing for Victoria Regina. It's Latin for Queen Victoria.
So you mean he shot the Queen into the wall?
In a moment of boredom, Mr. Sholmes adorned the wall with a patriotic sign, that's all. As pistol practice.
Right. That makes perfect sense now.
It's exactly as it's described in the stories. Oh, this is delightful.
I'm not sure that the real explanation is any less reckless than shooting at a fly personally.
It's patriotic, Mr. Naruhodo. Patriotic.
Yeah, okay. Sure, let's just call it that, why don't we? Ah, I've seen pictures of Western musical instruments like this. It's called a violin, isn't it?
Of course it is. Mr. Sholmes is renowned for his violin playing.
Oh, really?
Absolutely. It's often explained in the stories. It's inspirational, Mr. Naruhodo. Inspirational. I immediately started playing the koto, which was the closest Japanese stringed instrument I could find. What a shame you couldn't bring it with you to London. Oh, yes, well... Papa was beaming when I asked him if he would buy me one. But after a while he asked if I would only practice when he was out of the house. So, now it's merely an ornament in my room. That must have been an awkward conversation.
So in other words, she didn't practice it at all then. There's all sorts of on these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high, I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment.
I keep telling Hurley not to cram so much on those shelves.
Good advice.
He wanted to look something up in one of those books a while ago. But it was so tightly wedged in that he couldn't get it out. So he went and bought a new copy instead.
What? That seems a little extreme, but okay. I know done is abandoned, but the pun's too good. Pass. Yeah, I know. I was trying to think of something too with like who done it, but I really wanted to stick to the typical naming convention of stands. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's like a song called that. There probably is out there somewhere. You could totally stretch it, I'm sure. Are tribute bands allowed? I mean, I guess they could be. I don't see any reason why you couldn't use a tribute band. Looks like that huge metal chest is being used as a table for tea and coffee. It seems very sturdy with an equally sturdy lock.
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't go around opening things. I always have to keep an eye on you, don't I? You're very mischievous.
Says the girl who was willing to throw stones through windows to ride in a police carriage. How did you come to that conclusion?
Ooh, that chest. Contains some of my most valuable things.
And that smile tells me you're not going to give us any clue about what they are.
A mystery shoe, a curious hammer, and some mysterious dancing men, a bust of Napoleon. Oh, what an entrancing collection.
This is the first time in my life that I've seen a lonely old shoe display as an ornament. Was that like part of a case or something?
Oh, those are all mementos that Hurley has collected from his past cases.
Really? Even the bust?
Yes, that's right. When the mood takes him, he likes to throw it on the floor and smash it to dust.
Poor defenseless emperor? Mr. Sholmes destroys it?
Yes, and then he buys a new one.
You make it sound like he has the temperament of an insane sculptor.
How entrancingly bohemian of him.
This guy's weird. I don't know if I like this guy anymore. I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. Lingering beside the fire and watching the flames flicker and dance in the grate. It's so relaxing.
We can't relax, not when there's so many interesting things on the mantelpiece. Oh, it's just as was described in the stories.
It is?
Yes, exactly. Inside the Persian slipper, for example. All my chocolates for 11s. And transfixed by that large jackknife was my shopping list for the market. Oh, it's not quite how I remember it being described in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes.
Ah, poor Susato-san. She looks crushed. Oh, we already... Whoops, I thought that was different. Anything else on the screen? How about on this side? Oh, this must be her side of the room. You know, not to jump to conclusions or anything, but it's just a hunch. Deduction, if you will.
That's my blackboard where I note down ideas.
Ooh, interesting. Let's see. Black Peter? What does that mean?
Don't you want to hear what Iris has to say, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'll come back to that blackboard later. What a beautiful English tea set, and so neatly arranged.
It's a favorite pastime of mine. A cup of herbal tea in the afternoon.
Tea made of herbs?
That's right. I grow all sorts of herbs in the garden, so I can experiment with different blends. One moment. Don't go away. I'll brew a part of the special blend I came up with earlier today.
She looks delighted. I only hope it's safe to drink. Who ever heard of tea with herbs? That's not what tea's supposed to be made of. That's a charming little white shelf. And full of charming little bottles, too.
Oh yes, but don't touch any of those. They might explode.
Explode?
Are they exotic chemicals? Do you use them for exciting experiments? Yes, indeed. And as Hurley always says, chemistry is an explosive science.
Sorry?
I agree. A single discovery can trigger an explosion of innovation all around the world.
Or perhaps he just meant it literally. Either way, mental note, do not touch any bottle that belongs to Iris. What on earth is that big black lump over there?
Ah, that fascinating thing is called a typewriter. It's a machine that allows you to write on paper without needing a pen. And wizardly quick, too.
Ooh, that does sound like it could be very useful for someone like me with terrible handwriting. Yeah, good luck trying to make one of those for Japanese. I mean, at least it's not Chinese. They still don't have keyboards for that for a good reason. At least not very user-friendly ones. I'm actually more impressed that this giant hunk of metal is able to be suspended by this tiny little desk tray. I feel like that thing should be broken by now. Alright, I guess we'll talk to her now. Her luck is weird. Who gave you that idea? I don't know. He seems perfectly well adjusted, which is why I'm not sure I can trust him. Perfectly normal. And that's the problem. It's totally normal to have stacks of books and knives stabbed into walls and bullet holes of the Queen's name in the top corner of your room. Super normal. That's why I think it's kind of weird. You know, when I play Phoenix Wright, I'm used to weird things like having rooms full of all the stuff you've stolen, or giant messes of magical paraphernalia scattered about. You know, that kind of stuff, that makes you seem normal and like a trustable person. This, on the other hand, I can't trust this at all. That's a sign of a madman. Because he's normal, and not because he's weird. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey.
Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much. Oh no, not at all. I'm so sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming.
Though at the time we did have a rather large gun pointed at us.
Like this.
Yeah, except it wasn't as direct, it was more off to the side a little bit.
Ah, thinking back now, you left with Miss Lestrade in tow, didn't you?
Oh yeah, that awkward witness, Gina Lestrade.
Oh, Ginny. Yes, she's a professional pickpocket.
So we found out.
It was very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that.
Are you referring to that trial-disrupting gun-like contraption?
Exactly. So I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism in my inventions.
This girl is dangerous.
Anyway, I brought Ginny back here after that,
So
she could apologize to my trusty technician.
sorry, your technician?
Hurley, of course, silly. Hurley? Yes, Herlock. Herlock Sholmes. We live here together.
I had no idea the great detective had such an interesting young daughter.
Daughter? Not likely.
What?
I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I? Well then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes? Well, I expect you found out that lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive. So the solution is to share the cost with a partner, a roommate.
Your roommates?
Hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? Didn't last this year.
Well, what of your mother and father?
Oh no, they're not around.
Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is there.
Oh yes, there's something I must ask you. Of course. Go ahead, Susie. I'm a very great fan of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes and... Oh, you have a copy of Rand's magazine. Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. Oh, this is so exciting. My stories are being read on the other side of the world.
My stories?
Well, that's right. Ridley is always solving such amazing cases, you see. And he tells me all about them. They really are quite fascinating. It would be such a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think? Goodness. Last night, he was telling me all about a new case he just solved on the steamship traveling from a faraway land. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came. So you are the author? Yes. I'll let you on a secret if you like. I'm going to call this latest adventure The Speckled Band.
The Speckled Band? That's certainly very familiar.
Of course, I always change one or two details in the stories. Here and there. This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble.
Oh, that was Mr. Sholmes' first thought as well, actually.
Yes, and of course I know that a snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case exactly, but... It's a story. Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think. Don't you?
So, do you mean to say... Are the stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in Rand's magazine...
All written by me, yes. On my wonderful and very modern typewriter. But all the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson.
Alright, if it didn't confirm the Watson analog before, it definitely does now. Sasato-san's getting more and more worked up.
Oh yes, well that's me. I mean, my name is Wilson. But what about the doctor of medicine part? Well, that's all true too. Why, I'm a doctor of medicine.
No, at 10 years old? Just wait till he hears how old lawyers are in the future.
At 10 years old?
Well, that's quite incredible.
But... Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman. Oh yes. I did alter the setting slightly, for the stories to be more compelling. Oh. Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow. I suppose it does, yes.
Poor Susato-san. She looks like her whole world has just fallen apart. That's why you never meet your heroes. About before.
Yes. What's on your mind, Runo? Do tell me.
How did you know that I was a lawyer and we just arrived in London, I mean?
Yes. Oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know about all that? Oh, that's what you mean. Please, tell us how you did it. Explain every detail. Of course, I'd be delighted, although there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin. Iris Wilson is proud to present her Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
Oh boy. Here we go again.
First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Bruno. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber.
But you also said we'd only just arrived in London. How did you know that?
I observed a passport and travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket.
Oh.
So I was reasonably confident you must have only just arrived in the country. On top of that, you accepted the case against that particular prosecutor, and telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs.
The Reaper of the Bailey? I walked right into that one, didn't I?
Then I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet with the suspect, weren't you? Earlier today.
Oh, I didn't know they stamp people.
They use those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see. I didn't realize that a red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So that told me that even though I'd only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus were guilted, the two of you had already had cause to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face, so I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or a relative. Well, that led me to believe you must have accepted a new case.
I see.
But how could you have known the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely been home a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. What obviously amused him, he told me that he caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling.
A Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been...
Mr. Natsume. Now, Bruno has that fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves. So I put two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there was only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. Well, there's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley's always stabbing his notes with a knife, you know. He is silly. And that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions.
Already a better job than, Hurley. I mean, for one, she gets all the details correct.
Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct?
They were spot on.
That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction.
You even managed to discern something of Mr. Sholmes' delivery.
Oh, well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that. This is really very good news. You could tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? Please.
Mind Chest Piss Edition? I was thinking like Mind Chest Cyber Edition. Like, why would they in like a computer, despite this being the 1800s? It actually kind of reminded me of that final bit of case in Game 4 a little bit. Like when you do all the computer stuff and you see everything from Phoenix's point of view. So yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying?
Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after his sea voyage. But the police were waiting for him on the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene.
Ah, Great Detective is a popular man, it seems.
Apparently a woman was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking, stooped man running away from the scene. A short, shifty-looking, stooped man.
Mr. Natsume, by any doubt. Beyond any doubt. Soseki-san said he didn't see anybody else on the street at all, but it seems there were witnesses after all.
Hurley used his great deductive skills to determine the man's address. It was a lodging room, very nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty-looking, stooped man shivering in fear.
Ugh, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark that time.
Of course it did. He's a great detective.
Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it?
Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Hurley says that London is rife with crime.
Oh.
Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently. Oh dear. I hadn't realized the situation was so dire. That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying the criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person. That's terrible. I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system.
I suppose it is. But in that case, I don't hold out much hope for Soseki-san. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been very informative.
Oh, you're most welcome. I've had so much fun.
Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well.
Well, I expect Hurley is still investigating the scene.
Of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean?
Yes, Mr. Natsume? Hurley said he was going to the man's lodgings. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there. Iris, do you know where his lodgings are? Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson while you were there?
Yes, we know Inspector Gregson.
Oh, goody. In that case. Give Gregsy this for me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know.
What is this?
A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems.
Are we bribing the police?
It reads, "Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem." Gosh, this will make the inspector help us, will it?
Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try. We're bribing the police! I like how the entire deduction was basically racist. What? No, it wasn't. The hell? How is it racism? The guy had a ticket and a passport. It was pretty obvious he was visiting. He literally had a band on saying he was a lawyer. And they were visiting a foreign client. They weren't strung up about it, so yeah, I mean, they didn't know the guy, obviously. If it was a relative or a friend, they'd probably be more upset that their friend was in jail. So it makes sense that if they were visiting someone, it's probably would be a client, and just seems kind of common sense to think it was the client that was recently arrested. I don't know, it seemed not close to racism to me. Probably the least racist thing that they've encountered since arriving in London, if anything.
Good luck then. I'm going to return to writing my manuscript, The Speckled Band. And I'll be making more special blends of tea, so come back soon. We'd be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris.
Black! Dude, the guy's wearing black! What else do you call that color? It was literally your Japanese defendant's Japanese team must be defending him. Because they went to prison! She had a stamp on her hand, which I don't think we've actually, now that I think about it, isn't visible in any of these other shots. It was only in that cutscene. That said that they went to visit a foreign prisoner. That's why it was red. They used red stamps to denote people visiting foreign prisoners. The guy that we visited was indeed a foreign, relative to the English people, prisoner. I don't know. Nothing about that screamed racist.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime.
I just can't see how any of that's racist. What the real problem is here is that we're about to bribe a policeman. That's a little weird. So, somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all, we headed back to the scene with Iris's curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. If that's a conclusion you came to, I think you might have missed a couple of details during that deduction. Anyways, let's bribe the police. Looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation.
Perfect. So let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him. 5 pence does sound like a lot of money for 1898. Alright, here's the bribe. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment?
I sort of say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gadabouts, that's for sure.
Now see, this guy, this is racism. Very light racism, but certainly more racism than anything that came out of Iris's mouth.
We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson.
What? For me? From her ladyship?
Her ladyship?
Give that here, at once. Come on, hand it over. That's for me.
Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? What was that coin exactly?
Well, it's a silver crown, obviously. But it's a lot more than that. It's, well, it's an appearance fee is what that is.
An appearance fee? Oh, I see. You mean...
That's right. For the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me, every time.
Alright, so it's only kind of a bribe.
Yes, yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly.
Of course, her use my name without my say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still.
You're getting paid for it, and that's what matters. I am sorry, Inspector. That must be difficult for you.
Never you mind that. So, what'd you want to know then, eh?
Sorry?
Well, tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What'd you want to know?
Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings.
Ah, little knife-wielding, mustache Japanese fellow. Well, lives in the right old hovel. It's just over there. Look. On the first floor of the house in the corner where that wreck of a bicycle's popped up.
Wait, there's not even any windows in that place. I just realized they're all bricked up.
That is nearby indeed.
If I remember rightly, the landlord's a Mr. John Garridib. Right, well, if you see her again, make sure you give her ladyship my regards, you hear? Well, I mean it. You tell her that Gregson sends his very best wishes.
Don't worry, Inspector. We will.
Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship.
Man, his attitude certainly changed once we gave him that coin. Can we give him more than just the tip? Jesus. We're not paying him for that.
Well, at least he told us what we wanted to know before he left.
Yeah. So then, shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings?
Definitely.
Are we to move? Yes, we are. Okay. This is not at all what I expected to find in here. I'm only gonna assume that he's just staying here and this is not his place.
May I help you?
Yes. Would this be the residence of Mr. John Garridib?
Indeed it would, sir. And who may I say is calling?
My name is Junosuke Naruhodo.
Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Sotsuke Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here? We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client. One moment, please. I shall convey the messages to Mr. Garridib.
Did you see that, Mr. Sato? That was a real-life English maid.
I know. As I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I'd ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better.
It certainly feels like we've arrived now, doesn't it?
We need only to meet a butler and the experience will be complete.
Well, I'm not sure if I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiment.
Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garrett will see you now. This way.
Oh, we actually can't converse, we have to examine. Good, it's gonna do that anyway. That's a full-size cannon. What's it doing in here?
Oh my, it's real. I thought it might be a replica.
That old thing? Bah, that's little more than a toy.
Sorry?
The army was selling it off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. Never know when the enemy might attack next. Jolly useful to have a cannon about the house.
Really? It isn't overkill?
Be prepared, that's what I always say. You never know what this twisted world is going to throw at you next, boy.
Are we sure this guy was in the right war? Or in the right country?
Do you think there may be trouble brewing, Mr. Garrett?
Or the right time period?
Always is. Take Joan over there. Never fails to have a clean apron in reserve. Drives them over the barrel, you see. They drive very well on the cannon there, Joan tells me. Which rather proves my point, I feel.
It's been reduced to a drying rack. No wonder the huge cannon looks like it's hanging its head in shame. What war did... Oh yeah, you know what? I guess they were in a war around this time, weren't they? It was like in Africa or something, wasn't it? Britain was involved in something down there. It's probably... that could be the war he's referring to. I notice you have a pile of books here, Mr. Garrett. Do you enjoy reading?
Ever experienced a London winter, boy? The nights are long. No better way to pass the time than in front of fire with a jolly good book.
Oh, there's a copy of Rand's magazine here, I see. No doubt Mr. Garrett enjoys the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, too.
The great detective has a great many followers, it would seem. So why is this guy living in this, like, beat-up house instead of, you know, I don't know, somewhere a little more posh? Also, where'd the windows come from? There were no windows when we were outside. They were all bricked up. That uniform looks very ancient, doesn't it?
It's clearly been well looked after, though.
That old thing? Oh, much better than rags, really.
Oh?
All that ceremonial garb of my retirement bash, you know. Well, I'm not one for dwelling on the past, me. Would have gladly thrown it out, but you know how it is. Anyway, doesn't hurt to have the old piece of memorabilia lying around, does it?
Oh, I see.
Perhaps we should leave the past in the past.
That looks like a Medal of Honor, and it's showcased on a very grand banner.
It's also very crooked. Yeah, it's displayed with some pride, I would say. Although it bothers me it's not straight.
What, that old thing?
Sorry?
I should be glad to see the back of it. But the general would turn in his grave if I disposed of it. The wall's the best place for it. It keeps the bully thing out of my way.
So it's just been polished to shine by accident, I suppose?
There appears to be an inscription on the medal itself. Look. Let me see. It says, "For distinguished participation."
Sounds like the kind of honors even I could be in line for.
Well, one doesn't like to blow one's trumpet, but I was given that for my time in the army. Can't measure an officer by the number of medals to his name, of course. A common knowledge in military circles.
Is that a portrait of you? That portrait of Mr. Garrett is glaring at me, I swear.
Have you noticed that all the little frames contain photographic prints of Mr. Garrett as well?
Yeah, and there seems to be a statue of a lion on the mantelpiece as well.
Ah, yes. Seemed to come back from the local pawnbroker with that little trinket.
Seemed to come back? What do you mean?
The chap who runs the place is a bally wizard. Went in to sell him something and came out with that thing. In point of fact, now that I think about it, I rather often find myself leaving the place with something I don't need.
Line ornament certainly does seem surplus to requirements.
Sato-san doesn't pull her punches. Or her throws, for that matter.
Look at that enormous screen. It must have been put there deliberately, surely.
Yeah, certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from view. What could be behind it, I wonder? I mean, they're doing a pretty terrible job at hiding, considering it's right in front of a window.
I'm gonna have a very quick look. Just a little peek.
Maybe let's not, Miss Susato. I think the maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea. I don't know what he's trying to hide. There's like literally a window right here. I don't know how you can hide anything. Unless this window is fake, which would make sense considering there were no windows outside.
This window looks out over Briar Road, where the young woman was attacked.
Or is this guy on the second floor? I mean, they did say he was on the first floor, which in England is technically the second floor. And there was a window up there, so maybe that's where he lives. Which means that he's hiding stuff perfectly fine, because I doubt anyone's looking through this window. Oh yes, I can make out the policeman on the far side of the road investigating the crime scene.
The glass is rather murky, isn't it? You can't see very clearly.
Does this thing open at all, I wonder?
I shouldn't underestimate the bitterness of a London winter, sir.
Sorry?
As soon as you open that window, the tea will freeze in the pot. No Londoner would go opening windows at dusk in the middle of winter, I assure you.
Seems very unlikely that these two would have seen anything of the incident then. I don't know, I don't think I can fully believe that.
This old candle holder looks like a little out of place here, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, you're right. It's clearly supposed to be gold, but it's almost completely black for some reason.
That old thing, yes. Just a cheap piece of ironmongery. Gimcrack, really.
Oh.
Used it when I was studying, don't you know? For my commission. I know it's old. Hardly worth hanging on to, really. But, well, it still has its uses sometimes.
Of course.
Does everything in this room have some elaborate story behind it?
They're memories, Mr. Naruhodo. Memories.
Yeah, memories of him going to the pawn shop? Or buying, like, something from the dollar store?
Oh, look. What a wonderful collection of cakes lined up on that gleaming silver cake stand.
Lined up? Looks more like someone has half demolished them to me.
Afternoon tea is a time of indulgence, you know. It is quite the English way. It is Mr. Garrett's custom to take 2 cakes with his tea.
So what about all the other cakes?
That sounds delightful.
Oh, wait a minute though. There were at least 10 cakes on this cake stand.
Well, naturally, and it would never do to waste the leftovers. So whatever Mr. Garrett doesn't eat, I say to myself, Joan, you shall have to tidy up.
How magnanimous of you. Why is that guy shaped like a crescent moon? You know, it's just a little ahead of his time with his fashion sense there, you know? People around him may think it's weird, but his kids, his great-grandkids, they're gonna love it. Look at this crockery on display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it?
Oh my, a genuine London dresser. Isn't it delightful? Although the shelves seem to be broken, and the crockery is... oh dear, it's in pieces.
It really is. The word cracked wouldn't do that to Chinaware justice. Wouldn't do that Chinaware justice.
Ah, I wonder... perhaps a cannon was fired at it.
I think the Chinaware is the least of your concerns if a cannon was fired at it. Yeah, probably something like that. Let's not delve too deeply here. The fuck is all this hanging from here? Those like acorns or clams or this like brown thing? Okay, well, I have no idea what kind of person this is, considering I can only imagine this is the second floor of this shoddy building, and yet it looks 10 times better than I thought it would, but at the same time, just exactly as I thought it would. Are these two squatters, by chance?
Good day to you. John Garridib at your service.
Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer.
Oh, actually, no, wait. The other guy was on the second floor. These people on the first floor. So again, where is this window coming from? Because there's no windows on the first floor.
Do excuse me not getting up. I took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maiwand, don't you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service. Handed over the reins to the up-and-comings.
So he's a retired soldier.
It's a hell of a job getting up and down stairs now, I can tell you. It don't get out as much as you can imagine.
Yeah, it's quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it? Okay, no, this is the second floor. So was the other guy on the first floor, on the actual first floor? I thought the first floor, we were using British terminology, which would make it the second floor, but no, we're using American terminology, so the first floor is actually the first floor. Probably because that's going to be important in the case, and they don't want to confuse players. So it's probably a smart thing to do. But it confused me because I know how British floor numbering works. But I'm thinking these guys are on the second floor, which would explain the window, that would line up with the window outside, and it's the other guy who had no windows and was living in the main floor, or the actual first floor. Yeah, it's quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs.
You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo.
Do you think so?
Well, Mr. Garridib, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal.
Oh, it was nothing. Medal's just a folderol, really. Wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let these good people see it properly. Joan, fetch the... Ah! Dash it, old woman! Be careful!
Oh, dearie me. I do beg your pardon, sir.
You jolly nearly took the skin off my hands.
I shall be more careful, sir.
So anyway, there you have it. Living the quiet life now.
Yeah, I see.
Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs. Is that right?
Yes, we'd be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us.
The Chinaware can parry the cannonball. I like the idea of that. Lance Gleason, ground equals first floor. No, yeah, but like, that's what I was getting confused by. He said the first floor, so I assumed they meant the second floor. But in reality, when the policeman said the first floor, they actually meant the real first floor, the ground floor, the main floor. But in England, when someone says the first floor, they actually mean the second floor, because they don't call the ground floor the first floor. That's called the main floor. It's very confusing. But I could see why they used American terminology, because it would be just as confusing to players if this is important for the trial.
Only two, please, naturally. Especially if it helps to keep the peace here in Blighty. We forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were.
Oh, is it?
We even had some famous detective poking around, you know, in this old house, would you believe?
Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Could have been. I didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all that detective business.
Oh, but you have a copy of Rance magazine here, so...
No,
Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak.
So he's in Soseki-san's room.
It's a bally nuisance, is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's jolly unsettling.
About Mr. Natsume then, Mr. Garrett. Please do tell us.
Yes, the Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week.
Oh, just 1 week? So he moved in very recently then?
I have 2 lodgers most of the time. One on the ground floor, and one just below us.
So he is on the first floor. There's 3 floors in this mansion. House. Building. Whatever you want to call this shoddy piece of construction. So they are using British terminology then, because he called it the first floor.
The first floor room became available a week ago, you see. Then, That's it all, Joan. Do be careful.
Oh my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir. If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Oh, why? We seem to have a most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. The man had shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later he's going to do something untoward. Well, I'm rarely wrong about anything.
We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure. Yeah, you're going to be calling her as the perpetrator. Notice how she's always shuts him up just about when he's about to say something important?
Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Oh, yes, indeed there was.
And she's dying to tell us. Had you noticed anything else at all about your lodger, Mr. Natsume?
Oh my word, yes. The man was shadier than an orchard. Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books it is. More than anyone could ever read. And he never so much as passed the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. He just trots off to that old bookshop every single day. Comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed too.
Oh, I see.
The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed around 9 each night. But I've never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning.
Ah.
Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Oh, I'd understood that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house, is that correct?
Oh, that's right, yes, they're both below us, on the first floor and street level.
Then, how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times that they come back in the evening, for example. Even the times they go to bed.
Good grief, Joan! Be more careful, woman!
Oh my goodness, sir. I'm terribly sorry, sir.
Something doesn't add up here. It seems that the incident took place around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out of the window at around that time?
The window?
Yeah, that thing over there lets you see outside.
Yes, we noticed the window over there looks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby?
5 o'clock is dinner time in the Garradeb household, so I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan?
No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road.
Oh, I see.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary then?
Or such as...
Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated.
Well,
Yes, was there something then?
well, it's nothing particularly safe here, but around that sort of time in here, For the love of God, Joan, watch what you're doing!
Oh dearie me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir.
Do be careful! More careful, women!
Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Narrow Hollow,
Oh, yes?
I've an exceedingly good memory. As far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all.
Which means something definitely did. Considering that she has now poured at least 3 pots of tea's worth in that guy's cup, despite never having left this room. Yeah, I think something's definitely up here. Oh, really? Mr. Garridib? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been.
Oh, well, as I was saying, it was just a trifling matter, really nothing of a... Joan, damn it all, what is the matter with you, woman?
Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened.
Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quiet, uneventful meal, Joan?
That's right, Mr. Garridib.
What is the matter with these two?
Sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident. But what?
I wish I knew. Maybe when she finally runs out of tea, we'll finally get an answer. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on?
Why, certainly. Just below us on the first floor.
And Mr. Sholmeson's investigating there, even as we speak?
Yes, told me Knox, his name, had asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key.
Mr. Natsume is engaged with Mr. Sholmes' services?
That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we also had a look around? In Mr. Natsume's room, I mean.
Don't see why not. It's just down one flight of stairs.
Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us with the case, but we have to try. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we?
Yes, and while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more.
Well, I'm kind of almost excited to see this guy. After we saw his house, though, I don't know. So this room being on the first floor shouldn't have any windows. Yeah, okay. That's more like it. Now I understand. See, I think what confused me is the building didn't look 3 stories tall from the outside. It only looked like it was 2 stories tall. Well, just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. I suppose it's the mountains of old books that are responsible for that.
I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life.
No, me either. It's so dark in here, too.
Is that the window over there?
Well, it was the window, I think. Yes, once upon a time. But for some reason, it's closed up with bricks and mortar. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives.
By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you?
No, that's true. But according to what Mr. Garridib told us, a great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. Is he inside the books? He's gonna be inside the books, isn't he? He's totally back there. Calling it.
Oh look, it's a beckoning cat from home.
It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that mannequin Neko all the way from Japan with him.
Hardly think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting that enormous Daruma doll that you brought in your luggage?
Well, it can be dangerous traveling abroad. I wanted a lucky charm.
Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same, and his cat is sure to beckon good luck to him.
It's not doing a very good job so far, is it? Maybe it's broken.
You mustn't say such things.
I didn't say a word. Why are my eyes such a giveaway? Don't let this man ever play poker. Look at all these books stacked up there. They almost reach the ceiling.
They're all works of English literature, and they all smell so musty.
With this volume of books in hand, you'd never be short of reading material, would you?
No. What a dreamy idea.
A bad dream, maybe. For me, at least. Mind you, I don't imagine the book that's at the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again.
Ah, so reading it is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime, just as the tear ceremony teaches us.
I certainly didn't expect the conversation to turn down the path of tear ceremony philosophy. I guess this guy and Sherlock has a lot in common after all.
That desk seems to be wedged into a crevasse between the mountains of books on either side.
I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat. But surrounded on all sides by these towering old tomes, surely he dreamt of books every night as well.
Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books.
Oh yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it. Look, and the date of purchase, 2 days ago, at 4:45 p.m.
That's the day of the incident. It's just a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books.
I guess that'll be our next stop. Oh. Goodbye.
Oh my, what an adorable little cat. Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master's away.
I don't know about that. He disappeared into that pile of books as quick as a flash. It was a tricolor Mike, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain?
Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan.
That's made me feel homesick now.
Already? We've only been in the country for 2 days.
Oh, there he is. Nice to see you again.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo.
Ah, there he is. Where did he appear from?
He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope you won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, you two. Good day. Now, let me see. Where was it that we met?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we were together in the SS Buria.
Yes, of course. The Buria. And let me see. What happened on that voyage?
It was Kazuma Sogi. He died, tragically. But you were a great help to us.
Ah, yes. But of course, the case of Mr. Asogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it?
Oh,
Well, you seem to remember something of it, at least.
what an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes. This is Mr.
Oh, no, my dear madame. Hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruhodo and Mr. Susato. So close.
Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes.
I lose the first round. In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London. But some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes.
So they apprehended Soseki-san in that short amount of time?
I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of past involvements a little.
A little?
It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can distend in to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts lest they should elbow out useful ones. Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom. You know, from an adventure titled A Study in Scarlet.
Please, there's no need to quote yourself.
I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pens them beautifully.
He means Iris, I suppose.
Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned.
Goodness, what an earnest expression! My dear madame, I should be only too pleased, and this murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case.
If the case itself is murky, then how'd you manage to solve it in 30 minutes? Can't be that murky then. We know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Soseki Natsume.
It seems that you assist in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes,
for the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Bryant Road.
Natsume. Yes, I believe it was rather a name rather along those lines.
But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little?
I'm sorry, Mr. Sato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean.
What?
I can't believe he was looking Susato-san squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance.
I assure you, I am not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension.
Oh? How?
I assure you I have no recollection of accusing your stooped compatriot of the crime.
But that doesn't make sense.
The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene.
Ah, a man seen fleeing.
There was a number of books scattered in the pavement at the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, what did she say? I believe there's a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question.
So you don't think Mr. Natsume is a culprit then?
That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in bibliophilia. Do not be deceived into believing that I am a man of leisure. No.
Oh dear.
Tell me, have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings?
Yes, Mr. Garrideb, a retired military man.
It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the Great British Institution that is the services.
And it's the first time I've ever met a maid from the Great British Institution that is service.
I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid.
Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer.
And so conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein.
Token their social standing? Sorry?
Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family.
Goodness, how extraordinary.
As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I had no idea. And it is precisely for that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs. And specifically in retired army veteran Mr. John Garrideb.
Oh?
Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances of this case, I am as yet unable to ascertain.
I'm thoroughly lost on what he means to say. I mean, it seems pretty straightforward to me, but...
This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later.
Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one.
Ah, but sooner or later, as I said.
Look, I'm not going to deny that he's not wrong here, okay? This is a pretty shitty place to live.
I don't believe that's the issue here.
About the dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea?
No window?
Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there is a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks.
Ah, I see. Well, the answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax.
Window tax? What is that?
Surely not a tax on windows.
Precisely that.
Oh my goodness.
Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Or those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home perhaps, rapidly closed windows up. While the rich opened windows here, there, and everywhere, in an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money.
So awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light.
I don't know if that's a true thing or not, but I could totally see window tax being an actual thing that Britain did. I mean, apparently they had like vans going around in the 60s and 70s checking to see if you paid your TV tax or not. By checking to see if you had the TV running, and then they would go knock on your door and be like, hey, did you pay your TV tax? Or are you stealing our airwaves?
Indeed, disease was rife as a result. And so some 40 years ago or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings such as these, for example.
I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps.
It would appear so. I've done a little digging, and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price.
Because the room is so awful, I should think.
Apparently Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago.
Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation.
Oh?
Still, that is of little relevance here. A matter not worthy of further attention.
Are you sure? I'm curious now.
Well, I believe I told you all I can now.
Thank you, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, yes. Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law?
You remembered that, did you?
Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it?
I'm not sure.
Not sure? On what grounds?
Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday.
Really? Well then, I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized. And so promptly, too.
Well, the thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust their innocence?
Yes. Trust.
Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he?
My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea.
Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate?
Yes. Well, that was indeed my initial intention. But there are simply too many fascinating books here. One couldn't possibly ignore them.
Oh, I see.
And nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. Ah, and one more thing.
What is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us.
I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I am quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something.
Mr. Garrideb is... Mr. Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he?
Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case.
Mr. Naruhodo, as yet our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence.
No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garrideb's secret.
Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo.
A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. I feel like there's a bit of a different air around Herlock compared to the boat. I mean, he is a good guy after all. Well, I'm not sure what we're supposed to do now. Can I talk to him again? Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes.
Yes, so true. To be or not to be. That is indeed the question, Mr. Naruhodo.
Be or not to be brushed off? That is the question. And the answer is all too clear.
Let's leave Mr. Sholmes in peace, shall we?
Alright. Should we go back to their room? Ah.
You pair again? Tell me, was the detective chap, I forgot his name, still hard at work down there?
Mr. Herlock Sholmes?
Yes. Rings a vague bell. All that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid.
Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there.
Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joan. Now then, why don't you tell me what... For the umpteenth time, woman, will you watch what you're bolly well doing?
I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir.
Yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave, if you'd be so kind.
Did they not want the word bloody in this game? Is that why they say Bali? Because I've never heard of Bali, but I'm very well aware of bloody as an emphasis. Kind of weird that they don't... It's a little strange that they don't want the word bloody in a game that is rife with blood. It's already T-rated. I mean, how much worse could it get? I think it's T-rated. Don't think it's M-rated. Definitely not E-rated.
Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for all your assistance.
Not at all, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out.
According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garrideb is hiding something. And since no other avenues of investigation seem open to us at the moment, perhaps we should do some digging. Like some examination type digging. Although I think we examined everything in this room. Oh. Or he could just be there, I guess. What's he doing over there? And when did he get here?
Mr. Sholmes.
We meet again, my dear fellows. Good gracious, when did you sneak in here? Herlock Sholmes, sir, at your service.
Whatever were you doing over by the window?
I'm giving watch to the evening sky as sun sets, madame. Yet sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such an observation. So I took the liberty of boring a small corner of space by the window up here. Well,
Keeping an eye on one's windows at dusk is a prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering.
and one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, me?
I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind.
Wait, he's not talking about... Is he? I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon.
Do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
There's a mighty secret in this modest room. Why, I see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo?
I think so.
Well, there's just enough time for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark.
Is this how we're ending off each investigation, with one of these? Well, I don't know. I think we still have to go to the bookstore, so I doubt we're done with this yet.
Mr. Garridib, though it would seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what might call first-rate. I'm afraid, sir, that it's all too clear to me. There are two conclusions that I've been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon? Well, the first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. When the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you.
Mr. Naruhodo, look!
The old man's broken out in a cold sweat. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Sholmes' conclusions are both spot on.
How could you possibly? How could I possibly know? You mean to inquire? Well, the answer could be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. When I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
I'm guessing the beast he might be actually referring to is the cat. Once again, we're dealing with a cat.
It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see. Well, that fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? For a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. A furtive glance, Mr. Garridib, leads us directly to the answer. Well, the true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue. Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at best. A fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts. What is this piffle, I ask you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. What?
Was that a burn or something on the other side of his face? Either it's from something from the military or the tea.
Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. Well, the chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madame?
Me?
Well, I pray you don't consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me, with one glance in your direction.
It is.
Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. For protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show. Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garridib. At Batty's Circus, a traveling show currently sojourning in a nearby park. I have observed the tents. You sold the Savage Lion, sir, to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I believe I've made my point. Well, the fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire.
I mean, he's probably not wrong about the feline part.
Now, Mr. Garrett, it is plainly clear that you still have a deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Well, your head weighs heavily on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. Well, the strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man. I simply, But what we must now ask ourselves is the true cause of this pain. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer.
Wait, what happened to the cannon? The cannon's like not even there.
Yes, it is this pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for your payment. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. And so you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack.
Unimaginable?
Well, the aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, dearie me.
What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madame, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. Well, there's no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it, or was it not, once said by a certain noblewoman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? It was not, actually. Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact.
Whatever do you mean?
Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. Oh, I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There's but one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet.
What? That's not where I thought he was going with this. I thought he was gonna he was trying to hunt down the maid, and then somehow in her trying to escape, fire burned the carpet. No, he was just gonna eat the carpet. That's all.
These teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match within those of a lion I once saw in India.
Teeth marks in the carpet? I think that's probably claw marks from a house cat.
Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle.
I love his face, it's perfect.
What is the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garrett. I'm afraid I didn't notice.
My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times too.
Oh.
Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation?
Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it, again?
Well, your deductions just now Do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room of this size?
Indeed, it is the only explanation of the facts. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense.
But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well?
But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Garrideb and his maid would have been hurt, or worse.
Ah, that's where you are stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon.
I'm just picturing him firing a cannon point blank inside a house at a lion. I need to see that. This is an illustration I need here. I thought you said that they sold the lion to the circus.
And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I've ever heard of a lion that drinks tea.
Ah, my dear Mr. Sato, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on Great British soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea.
That's even more ridiculous than the idea of someone gnawing at the carpet because they're hungry. You just go to Britain and suddenly you just crave tea.
Oh, what a glorious notion.
I love it.
Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again.
I had a feeling this was coming.
A slight massage, that's all Mr. Shome's deductions need. You can do it.
Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo.
We don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsume's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe. Actually... Oh wait, you're right. It is X to doubt. No, it's actually R to doubt. X was what it was in the last game. It's R this time.
Let us start again from the beginning of Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. We certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Well, thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Ah, for a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garrideb, leads us directly to the answer. Well, the true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue.
I really didn't see the lion thing coming.
No, but if you observe Mr. Garrideb's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room.
Yeah, something with a very fierce nature.
But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India.
So what was it then?
We must follow Mr. Garrideb's gaze. That will lead us to the true answer.
What was he really looking at here? Oh, the picture behind it, maybe. Let's see what the lion has to say first. Well, this is the lion statue Mr. Sholmes picked out.
Yes, I wonder. Perhaps if you did live with a lion, it would prove to be a rather sweet companion.
I think that's like a mouse trying to tell its family that the cat around the house is sweet.
I suppose it is a bit of a flight of fancy, isn't it?
Anyway, the beast we're looking for is something else. Let's have a good look around. What's this photograph?
It appears to be from Mr. Garrideb's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he?
He does, but you can't make out his bride.
No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face.
I wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply there. I know exactly what X to doubt means. I was making a joke. Clearly, it was in the very. It went over people's heads. I know exactly what it means. You think I haven't played L.A. Noire? Except I played more on the Switch, so actually it wasn't X, it was Y. Glass is broken, so you can't really see the bride's face at all. But no amount of cracks can hide the woman's plump form. I think powerful would be a kinder than plump, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, she certainly looks that. There's lots of horsepower there. Okay. Not someone you'd want to upset, that's for sure.
Oh, look. Have you noticed her wedding ring? It's very large, isn't it?
Yeah, that's an unusual design.
Looks like some sort of embellished sunflower. This must have been when Mr. Garrett was still in the army.
He seems to be carrying his rather stout bride effortlessly, and beaming a smile at the same time.
I suppose he was very strong in his younger years.
Hard to imagine now. He's as thin as a rake. I'm not sure what I want to present here. I mean, it's probably someone in the picture, but I'm not sure, like, are we implying that he did the damage? Oh, I think we might be. These are shells for the cannon, are they? What a strange place to keep them.
I imagine they have some significance to Mr. Garrett from his time in the army. Of course. He mentioned the battle to us before, didn't he? Do you remember? He said that he'd been shot in the knee. Perhaps it was one of these that hit him.
I don't think he'd have a knee to begin with if it was one of those. If a round that size hit his knee, there'd be nothing left of it. Or Mr. Garrett for that matter. Mr. Sholmes has a Persian slipper. And this man has spent shells. Perhaps it's customary in Britain to display, well, rubbish on the mantelpiece. It's gotta be this picture. But who? It's like a 50-50. Yeah, the bride's gotta be his maid. I was hoping to like back out so I could check the bride's hand for the ring, because I didn't notice it before. What really caused the damage in this room? I guess we click on the crack that seems like the more obvious thing to click on. Oh, you're right, it is X to down in this game. Shit. Oh, it's only R in quartz. It's R in quartz, it's X here. So I guess we are pressing X to doubt. Something about tax evasion or what? Well, they did board up all the windows. Apparently there used to be a window tax in Britain. But that was like a long time ago. Well, no, they said it was like 40 years. Sholmes said it was 40 years ago. He was in the army 40 years ago. Or something like that. So maybe the timeline actually does add up. Maybe that is why the windows were boarded up. He was evading taxes by removing his windows so he didn't have to pay them. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride.
Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, this frame pictures your wife, Mr. Garrett. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured,
we can still make out her mighty arms, and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. We're really going with that term, are we? Okay.
Oh, indeed. Surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast.
Honored might be stretching the point.
Too late. The fact remains that the beast, which so clearly savaged this room, was your wife, Mr. Garrett. Well, the chilling traces of wild rampage are still very much in evidence.
What?
Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madame?
Me?
Why, pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction.
It is.
Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts.
Oh, poor fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself.
Well, I don't know about fragile.
Oh, dear. Anyway, Mr. Sholmes is quite right. There's no sign of Mrs. Garrett anywhere.
But it seems there may be a clue to her whereabouts. A clue that this maid is trying to hide. I wonder where Mr. Garrett's wife could be.
That certainly does appear to be a circus handbill poking out from her pocket. Batty's Circus, currently performing shows in a park not far from here.
You don't think Surely Mr. Garrett didn't sell his wife to the circus.
Mr. Naruhodo, how could you even think such a thing?
I was only joking.
Besides, I would have gone with, do you think he fed her to his pet lion?
That's somehow worse. What if his wife... Okay, what if this wasn't his wife? But his wife worked in the circus. Like, his wife was, like, the strong woman or something.
What a charming little teapot, and it's in pristine condition. Joan has been pouring some deliciously fragrant tea from it for Mr. Garrett, hasn't she?
Well, not so much for Mr. Garrett as on Mr. Garrett, wouldn't you say?
I wouldn't dream of drawing attention to it.
Too tightly shut eyes to avoid the chance of a giveaway glance. Pursed lips to prevent any secrets from slipping out. Rounded cheeks to deflect any abuse that might be hurled her way. Yes, this is an unnervingly powerful woman, Miss Susato. Alright, forget everything else. Yeah, we got Britain full of racists. And then we got Mr. Naruhodo here who's like a fucking womanizer. Jesus fuck.
It's your turn of phrase that's unnerving, Mr. Naruhodo.
Holy shit. I could believe the maid used to be the shaman. Yeah, it's probably gonna be something like that. Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as the beast's current whereabouts. It's... I can't believe we're going down this path, but like, what else could it be except her? Oh, wait, there it is. There's the wedding ring. That's what I was really looking for. I was gonna click on her face. This is way better. She's wearing a very large ring. Look.
Oh yes, a sunflower design with some rather nice embellishments. And it's on the ring finger of her left hand, which means it's surely a wedding ring.
Looks like it's on there for life, too. Can't imagine it would slide off a finger of that size.
That's something to think, Mr. Naruhodo, not to say. Do you know, Mr. Garrett's wife in the photograph had a ring very much like this one? It was a large sunflower design as well.
Really? You have a great memory for these things. It was like a minute ago. Large sunflower wedding ring. It's quite a coincidence that they have the same ring, isn't it?
Take that!
Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts.
Indeed it does. That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Garrett's bride in this photographic print.
In other words, you are no ordinary household maid.
No. You are Mr. Garrett's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Garrett herself.
Oh my, what?
So, is she just dressing in plain maid to make this guy look more rich and pompous than he actually is?
Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmise, this is the wife, yes, my Joan. Rather let herself go, you might say, but she was a bally corker back at... Ah! It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. I would assume, therefore, that you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? Was all right, I tell you. I was second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man has pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are a folly.
You mean Mr. Garrett has his wife work as his maid?
Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Garrett? Only in company, obviously. But listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please.
The raging wife of Mr. Garrideb. Well, I thought it was going to be the cat. Really had me going there for a bit. I want to hear about this carpet now. You telling me that she was eating the carpet?
Now, Mr. Garrideb, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, that blith pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavily on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm.
Mr. Sholmes is quite something. Still calling Mr. Garrideb's wife a beast.
Yes, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable.
But Mrs. Garrideb is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he?
Oh, how true. So perhaps that supporting arm that seems to be propping up his head has some other significance then.
According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garrideb's pain is tangible, though. What could that pose of his really signify? Oh, that's what it is. I couldn't tell from the other angle, but, Oh my, look at that bright red mark.
Gosh, it's quite something, and clearly made by somebody's hand.
Yeah, Mr. Garrideb has been slapped in the face, it seems. Hard.
I've never seen such a clearly defined mark. Whoever could have done such a thing?
Well, there's a very limited number of candidates, I'd say. What else do we have around here that we can click on? But there's this supporting arm. Or is that the same supporting arm?
Mr. Garrideb certainly looks glum.
According to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, that's because he's having to endure the acute pain of losing something dear to him. But we know he hasn't lost his wife.
So that means there must be another cause for the pain he's suffering.
Maybe it's because he's smoking too much.
That's a very large pipe, isn't it?
Yeah, anyone who has something that size hanging out of his or her mouth on a regular basis is sure to have a serious chin like Mr. Garrideb's. What's with that white binding all around it all about? Is a cane also something? No.
Take that!
It's just a case of domestic violence. Nothing to worry about here. Nothing to concern ourselves with. Pack it up. Let's go home. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek.
And of course, the delivery of that impressive mark on your cheek that refutes to fade. Was it you, Madame Joan Garrideb?
Well, yes.
You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. How the blazes did you work that out, man?
I mean, it's kind of hard not to see it.
Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow.
That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from view.
Well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, you must ask yourselves what caused Madame Garrideb to fly into a rage. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is this pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer.
Didn't Mr. Shum say that the bills were all for lion fodder?
Yeah, but now we've established that the lion never existed. Which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Garrideb's wife.
Mr. Naruhodo, she's a person, not a thing.
Yes, well, she's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face. So, one so hard that it left a perfect hand mark, in fact.
Yes. Why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder?
I'd love to know the answer to that question. broken plate down here. Jeez.
Oh dear, this plate's been smashed to pieces. Nobody seems inclined to tidy up the mess.
Perhaps it's some sort of high art.
Really, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, anyone who has a cannon on display in their living room is clearly a little eccentric.
Yeah, let's call it eccentricity.
Uh-oh. What's this bookmark, hmm?
Ah, someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here. Look. Mr. Garrett is clearly an avid reader.
Oh. Wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark.
Oh no, so it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary.
And look next to the signature here.
Lip marks made with lipstick. Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture.
Don't get any ideas, Sato-san.
Oh dear. I'm sorry.
So this bookmark is actually a love note then. What kind of bills we actually have here?
Look at all these bills. It certainly amounts to a great deal of food.
Oh, it really is food. Meat and potatoes by the cartload, wasn't it? Well, looking at the two of them, you can tell immediately who eats the lion's share in this household. Jesus fuck Naruhodo.
Well, at least we're no longer talking about an actual lion anymore.
That makes it better? You're the one going after him, chewing him out for it earlier. Jeez. There are a lot of books stacked up on the shelf here. Look, all novels I've never heard of.
It would appear somebody has purchased them all from a second-hand bookshop. I think Mr. Garrett is something of a book lover.
Alright, well, we clearly know what the real answer is here.
Take that!
The realm of common sense strikes again. Yes, it is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here. She just did it again. But I don't know the bully woman. You don't know her? Well, that note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. Well, I don't know how it got there. It was just in there, you say? Well, that's right. That's what I've been saying. Ah!
A likely story.
Now listen here, Joe No Thing. I explained it at the time. I bought that book second-hand place, at that second-hand place, and that note must have already been in there.
So the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean?
Well, that's right. That's what I've been saying. Aye.
A likely story.
For heaven's sake, woman. Look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you'd forgotten, is John. Ah!
A likely story.
Are you questioning my name now? And there we have it. Arouse the suspicions of the female heart, and you unleash a beast with a most ferocious bite. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack.
Unimaginable?
The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, dearie me.
What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madame, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes.
But surely Mrs. Garrett didn't eat the carpet?
No, of course not. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of disarray that in this room is a result of her wild temper.
No, that's true. So, this is the last part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction that we need to fix. We need only follow Mr. Isgaradib's gaze and that will tell us the real answer.
Alright, let's see what we can see.
Yes. Ah, so many cakes.
Is that all you can think about?
Well, look at them, Mr. Naruhodo. There's a mountain of them, and they all look so delicious.
It's more of a tower than a mountain, I'd say.
It's a mountain, and it's my hope that one day, in our very homeland, I will be able to perform the tea ceremony at the foot of such a mountain.
It's definitely a tower. Wow, okay. Just keep contradicting her, why don't you? Jeez. Oh, okay. I mean, it's obviously the candlestick. We can see the candle on the ground.
This looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it?
Base looks too small. Surely it's very unstable. Looks to me like even the slightest knock would make it topple over.
Oh dear, that would be dangerous.
Wait, take a closer look at this. There's one candle missing.
Yes, I didn't notice that before.
Why is that, I wonder? Why is one of the candle of 3 missing from its holder?
Take that!
Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the candlestick.
Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course, the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth.
Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible.
Indeed they are. The scorch marks at the edge clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation.
Little marital altercation is one way to say it. Mrs. Garradib's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face,
but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused the candle to fall from the holder, and in seconds, the carpet was alight and the whole corner of the room up in flames. Yes, for the most ferocious beast in the world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire.
and in this room, the ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok.
Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see, there's but one conclusion here. After the sparks of marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire.
Uh-oh. He's getting up! And he's fallen over. Yeah, that's pretty much my reaction too, Duck. Why did we do all this? It almost just feels like both of them want to come up here and just play detective because they felt like it. A couple of boys coming to just strut their logical stuff. That's all they did. That's really all they did. They basically just barged in this man's home and were like, yes, we can solve this mystery! What do you mean there's no mystery here? We'll solve one anyways. Because we want to.
It's these dashed long winter nights, you know? Nothing to do but read in front of the fire. And luckily there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there. And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material.
For which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems.
I don't know about admonished, but demolished might be rather closer to the mark. And beast is most certainly an apt descriptor.
Here we go again. And the carpet? Was that destroyed by fire when a candle fell on the floor?
Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. I was caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames. You paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining.
That's sympathy for you.
Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. We've had to hide the mess behind that screen for the time being.
Over here, Mr. Gerdib?
Well, you have nothing more to hide now, if you'll allow me.
Ooh, terrible. Yeah, it's pretty nasty. Oh my gosh. My voice is dying. I hope we're finished this investigative portion soon.
Had all my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got a hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke.
Gosh.
Then the wife started hurling things at me.
What a terrible sight it must have been.
There was I, backed up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite, book called The Lion's Pride.
The Lion's Pride? Ah yes, your notorious love of big cats coming through again.
I assure you the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest.
So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage.
Mr. Sholmes' deductions turned out to be correct once again.
Yeah, about as correct as like a astrological fortune telling. They're just vague enough. That's like they could apply to anyone, but you think it applies to you specifically. It can only be described as a great British wonder.
I tell you, it was a total carnage. Flames everywhere and the old stick in full fettle.
Out of interest, what time of day was that?
Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see, around 5 o'clock, I think.
So at exactly the same time as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below.
Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole of bloody could have seen that flattened outside my window at that moment. Well, I would have noticed a dashed thing.
Oh, really?
Mr. Sholmes.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. What can I do for you?
Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Gerdib's situation now. But what does that have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances?
I can't help you there, I'm afraid.
What?
My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that, although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something. I cannot be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not.
I just knew you were going to say that.
Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into only one of two categories, those relevant to the case and those not.
That makes no sense to me.
Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now.
Sorry?
Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over.
Oh no. Is it that time already?
If we're to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to.
So that's it. No more time to think. You think they threw out some stuff in the window into the snow? I think I agree with you opening the window. Maybe not necessarily to throw things into the snow, but probably to at least let all the smoke out of the house. Because if the entire room is filled with smoke, you kind of want it to have go somewhere out of the building. And it's not like they had, modern fire suppression systems like we do. So open the window, let all the smoke go out. I don't know. Maybe they even went outside and shoveled some snow and chucked it up to the 3rd floor to try and help put the fire out. Yeah, maybe they threw some stuff down to the snow to try and put it out as well. Probably not the smartest idea. Also, outside we didn't really see anything that looked like it was chucked out of a window.
Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now. I must prepare supper for Mr. Garretib.
Oh, yes. I'm so sorry.
Thank you both very much for your time.
Saseki-san will be waiting for us. And I'm going to have to give him an answer. Okay, we want to go to the prison. I'm kind of shocked we don't go to the bookstore. Oh, I didn't know we could go here too.
It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison.
Yeah, I know. Let's hail Carrot. Oh. I came here by accident. Is this actually the correct place to go?
What's the matter?
It looks like something's going on over there in front of the Garretib's house. Because this isn't an old game. This is... Oh my god. What the fuck is this?
I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Who you calling old man, you rum-looking niminy priminy? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Who is this Horatio fella, eh? What are you on about?
Excuse me.
What the? Who are you now?
I'm sorry, it just looked as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Ryusuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see.
A lawyer? What?
If I could be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law.
Fine. I'll be on my way for today. But you mark my words. This ain't over yet. Get thee to a nunnery. Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you?
Alright, rules card. What you want? What about the murder weapon? Could that have come from there? Oh shit! You think the guy threw a knife out the window and it just fell into her back? You know what? Yeah, that's probably it. I can see it. That's probably it. The attack came from out of nowhere. There was no one else on the street. And apparently the crime was witnessed by a man and a woman, a wife and a husband. I don't know if anyone else that fit the bill except those two.
I do hope you're not injured.
Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle. Thank you.
What was that all about?
There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy.
I'm not Horatio either.
Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here in the Garretib residence?
Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode.
Mr. Garretib mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. Actually, if anything, I would have thought the other guy would have been the lodger here. He would have fit right in. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor?
Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worthy than a poemist in my battle of words ne'er could there be.
Sorry, battle, did you say?
Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night.
They fucking battle boarded over Shakespearean characters? What a couple of nerds. I see.
I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances, at least.
So, fair maiden, so good gentlemen, I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well.
Oh, I can't wait to see him in court.
I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room.
It seems he's unaware of what happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. With Soseki-san and that man at his lodgers, the Garradib house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go find a carriage.
Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly waiting our return.
Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. So, am I under the impression we could have just completely skipped that scene? Because in this game, you can teleport to any place you've already been. You don't have to, like, walk through preceding rooms to get to certain places. You can just go... I could have gone straight from the house to the prison. I legit accidentally clicked that one. I did not mean to go back to the street. I could have clicked the prison. We could have gone straight here and just missed that entire scene. That's what I'm to believe anyways. I did pick the prison? I thought I picked the road. Did I actually pick the prison? I swear the prison was further down the list. Like, I clicked on it, I was like, oh wait, the prison's further down the list. Really? Oh, now I gotta see this. I believe you, but like, I also still want to see it. Hang on here. Where's the teleport? What did I click on? I'm looking at the VOD right now, as we speak. Oh, you're right, I did pick the prison. Well, shit. Well, never mind then. Oh, it's you! You're here! You came! Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire! I can't believe you came back! I'm so touched!
We are sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, no, think nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, Nutri, never failing, Nipponese! Oh, now, let's not get carried away. Oh. Oh, who's here? It's you. It is through friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. It's such as my belief, at least. It's you! The miserable, rotted spy! Herlock Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything, per se. Save observing, of course.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our devastated friend is faring. Gloomful room? Well, at least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is the superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight, and cost me not a penny. You! How dare you, Herlock Sholmes! I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings, no doubt my luck would have been cursed at tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life has been damned!
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean. You're saying now this man is looking like Charlie Chaplin? Yeah! But his mustache is way too big for it. It needs to be like a third of the size. And kind of square. And right in the middle. On second thought, maybe it's best his mustache doesn't look like that. And there is much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. What? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say. For the man's lodgings, and indeed for the tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? You're back! Welcome back, Poutine. I think we are probably near the end of this investigative portion, though. I would imagine anyways, traditionally when we return to the detention center and talk to our client, usually means we're nearing the end of the investigation. Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you just said now? About the child tomorrow being cursed?
Oh no, why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it.
Oh, I see. That really agitated him.
You don't mean the child really is cursed somehow? Are you referring to the prosecutor?
Are you referring to the prosecutor, the Reaper of the Bailey?
The Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean? Please, tell me! Summarize it subsequently in 16 salient words!
No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever.
Oh my goodness, can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly!
That's why he added the ever in. I didn't count. I'll take his word for it, though. That was pretty good.
Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances.
Mr. McGilded.
What?
I am impressed, Mr. Susato. You have an eye for detail.
Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us.
Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zieks killed the man himself?
Oh no, he couldn't have, surely.
You have some wonderful notions.
Sorry?
The man isn't a mass murderer, he's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow.
Oh.
Oh, yes. Why, of course he is.
Of course he is! Then why are you trying to scare me?
Look, all I'm saying, Duck, is that kind of mustache has been unfortunately ruined by some people. And, you know, I think it's unfortunate that such a wonderful style of mustache just cannot be worn by anyone ever again. Just because of some certain people who wanted to, you know, it was just the style at the time. And then some of those people may have done some bad things. And then now everyone just associates the mustache with said people. And, well, now it's just kind of weird to, you know, have a mustache like that. Which is a shame, because there's nothing wrong with a certain hairstyle or mustache style. But, you know, people like to associate things with other things, and it evokes certain emotions, let's say. So yes, I am referencing Hitler. How'd you guess?
It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis.
What on earth do you mean by that? Technically, this is prior to World War II, so it's not in bad taste. You're right. It wouldn't be in bad taste, historically speaking. I don't know if people would see it that way. As much as I agree with you, and they probably should, I don't know if people would see it that way. I think the only time I've ever seen that mustache depicted on someone that isn't Hitler is on Charlie Chaplin himself, because he was also just as famous for the mustache, and so people make an exception for Charlie Chaplin because everyone knows who Charlie Chaplin is, and as far as anyone knows, he wasn't a bad guy. So it's perfectly fine to show him with that mustache, but you show anyone else with that mustache before or after, and it's suddenly a problem. Because people imply certain things even if they're completely off the mark.
Van Zieks is quite an exceptional man. However, in London courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. That's good!
Soseki-san looks like he's going to cry tears of joy.
As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated.
Right.
Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage, by any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling imposters as witnesses, and so on. By such underhanded means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury, which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail.
But it means the wrong verdict can be passed.
Oh, and one more thing too. I saw a picture when I was looking up who this guy was. He had a stash, but it was like a pencil thin stash, if even that. Like he had something that was like thinner than like Walt Disney's stash. You could barely call it facial hair, so it's kind of interesting that they gave him such bushy eyebrows and a mustache like this in the first place. Because like it's not at all what he looks like in photos of him.
And sadly, it's from time to time, my dear madame. It is simply the reality of the situation.
And that's all right.
However, those indicted by Lord Van Zykes cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed.
Oh my.
Though the adjudication may seem them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they all disappear. It is most striking. Disappear? But how? Ah, by all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever, or perhaps attacked by a highwayman. Oh, no, 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 no! All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. I knew it. I'm dead, Dodo, done for, doomed!
Who's the executioner? We have judge and jury. I mean, we were looking at him yesterday. Come on. How could it not be the Baron? I mean, okay. You know what? Fine. I'll give the game that. Most obvious red herring ever. Well, like, seriously. It's probably him. He's probably responsible for all these disappearances, let's call them. But sending him back to Japan qualifies disappearing. Probably not in the Baron's eyes. He probably thinks all these people are guilty. He probably thinks lawyers are a bunch of sham artists. He probably thinks it'd be better if they didn't have lawyers at all and they only had prosecution. Probably wants his own sense of justice, which means killing them. I don't think sending him back to Japan is in the cards for him, unfortunately. When you said accursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Garradip's house, I assume. Do you mean to say that you believe the place is cursed?
It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain, but I'd only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself.
That didn't take long then. Maybe moving to London specifically is what makes people want to drink tea. Maybe that's the feeling he had.
Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me, all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room. But even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away.
You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time.
I've had to move a number of times. Most recently to that room on Briar Road, a week ago now.
Yeah, why did you choose to live there? It seems a little inconvenient.
Well, the rent is cheap. I have so little money, it appealed to me straight away. Well, of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simply simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops. He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late. So I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it. But if not, don't mention it in the first place."
Yes, well said.
But it was true. It was all true.
You mean the room really is cursed then?
Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole, My sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. In my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded as a killer, thrown into prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can no one find in his or her heart to believe in me? Really? No one at all?
To believe. Yes. To believe. Schizophrenia. I mean, that's certainly one S word you could use in this situation. Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, me, Mr. Naruhodo. Pray, what can I do for you?
It's about the case on the SS Burya, if you recall.
Ah, the Burya. Ah, that case. Oh, the one with the snake.
Well, yes. At the time, I was the suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate.
I did, didn't I? Interesting.
What I want to know is, why? Why did you believe me?
I see, yes. You mean... because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in a locked room?
Well, if you like, yes.
I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said, I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. But surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little.
I mean, he must have suspected him. He was the one that cuffed him in the first place.
I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me.
What?
You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in.
What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I'm concerned.
But I could have betrayed your trust.
Oh, in that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion.
Meaning...
whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. Or it is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right! Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire.
Whether or not I can believe myself.
A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself.
You're so right, Kazuma.
Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe.
Already?
Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There's a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me?
Oh dear. There's never enough time, is there?
Mr. Natsume, if you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you.
Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire.
As I said, I'm only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday, and although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial.
Something crucial?
What to believe in? The defendant, justice, or the truth? How to believe even? But I think I finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else, to trust my instincts.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo.
And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court.
locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow.
As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me, in my native tongue.
Of course, Mr. Natsume.
It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was, in many ways, made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it.
Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Miss Susato,
Yes?
would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court?
Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant.
Shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind. But it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Sholmes believes in me now too. So it's time. Time that I learned to believe in myself. Soseki-san has no one. He's all alone. It's my job to help him, to fight in his corner. Tomorrow, in the courtroom, with all the strength I can muster. Well, it seems like tomorrow's going to be a very interesting case. I mean, did the couple do it? Did they just haphazardly throw a knife out the window while trying to put out a fire? And accidentally, well, not quite kill a woman, but let's be real here. She's going to die by the end of the case. Like, that's a given. This would be the first time we have had a non-murder outcome, ever. Like an actual non-murder victim in a case, if she doesn't die. Attempted murder, attempted manslaughter, actually would be the technical term, because it wasn't on purpose, there was no intent, if it really was just a haphazardly chucked knife. Just happened to hit someone in the back on the way down. Because, I mean, we had that bait and switch in Game 3, where it was a burglary turned into a murder. And there was a couple of bait and switches, I think, in the Edgeworth games. Suicide? How do you suicide in your back? That seems very inconvenient. Oh yes, I think I'm going to kill myself today. Let me just stab myself in the back. Well, they failed that one because they're still alive. Has there ever been a suicide framed as murder? Well, we've never had a suicide. Have we? I don't think there's been a single Ace Attorney case that's been a suicide. I think we've had some murders framed as suicides to try and get people off the hook. But never the other way around. I don't think there's never been an outcome where it's actually been a suicide. Or like, which case do you think of specifically? If you have one in mind. Actually, let me look at my tier list draft here. That I will reveal once we finish game 2. Or the next game. I don't recall there ever being a suicide. That I recall anyways. I mean, we've had fake murders, if you want to include the Professor Layton game. Kind of. But that was a special circumstance. The Orca case in 5 was just an accident? Yeah. Let's see that one. That was kind of an accident. Okay. And who was the victim was the whale in that one, right? No. It was a person. But everyone thought it was the whale, right? What was that one called? Let me just like look up the plot synopsis of that one real quick here. Where's the summary here at the end? Yeah, I guess this one was kind of an accident. No, that's right. This one was definitely an accident. It was an accident due to negligence, but still definitely a guilty of murder situation for sure. But you're right. That one's a little, that wasn't quite an intended murder. That was manslaughter at best. Well, the guy intended to kill a whale. His target was a whale. That's why I remember that now. He was intending to kill a whale, but accidentally killed a person instead. So it was intent of murder, but he killed the wrong person. Do with that information what you will. Yeah, an employee tried to blame it on the orca. That's why, and started that whole situation. I guess that one's probably the closest. So, yeah, but there's still intent there. If this really is like, there's a chance, like if this was a couple just throwing a knife out the window nonchalantly, then this would be like the first like open and shut manslaughter case I think we've had. Because I mean, maybe they had intent to kill someone, but I guess it's possible that it could actually be like that. It's just like, oh well, I guess we accidentally killed someone in the back. Well, I mean, okay. First of all, the victim's not dead yet. Let's not. I don't want. I'm assuming that she's going to die because that's a normal Phoenix Wright thing to do. They'd have to put murder in here somewhere. That's just how it is. How it's always been. Someone has to die, even if it's not right away. But you know what? She is technically alive right now. She's not dead yet. She was just injured. This was an assault at best so far. Accidental assault, but still assault. Assault due to negligence. That's not how that's meant to be said, but you get what I mean. And that's even assuming that it was the couple upstairs that did it. I mean, we don't know nothing about this like Shakespeare guy down on the first floor. Maybe he did it. He probably has a knife or two sticking around as part of his props. I mean, if he's constantly performing Shakespeare, he's probably got a few knives lying around. Maybe it was him. Maybe it was that guy in the yellow jacket. He looks like someone who'd probably kill a man. Maybe. Maybe it was neither of them. We don't know. I think the whole throwing a knife out the window, while pretty good answer, would be in line, almost feels too obvious, and feels like it's probably not where they're going with this. I would like to believe it, but at the same time, I think that's too easy. Yet. Yeah, she's in the hospital. She's unconscious in the hospital, probably going to die on the bed during the trial, and we're all going to find out, and we're all going to gasp about it. But she's not dead yet, and that's what's important here. She's still alive. There has not been a murder yet. And we've gone through this entire investigation without technically having used the word murder at any point. So, we'll see how this goes next time. In the meantime, that'll be it for today. It seems like these investigative portions are pretty long. This was actually the same length as Case 2, except we're still getting a trial after this. So, pretty good. I liked how long this one was. Better than Case 2's, in fact, because as good as Case 2 was, there was only like 3 areas we went to. This was like a proper investigation. We had several different areas, several different people to talk to. I like this. Makes me wonder where we're going to go with Case 5. How much bigger that one's going to be. And knowing how this guy writes, Case 5 is probably going to be super long. Way longer than some of the recent Case 5s we had. Something more similar to like the first 3 games, I would imagine. But we'll see how this goes. First, we'll find out what kind of trial we're working with next time. We'll face off against Baron von Zieks once again next Tuesday. But for now, that'll be it for tonight. I'll be back Thursday with some Mario. We'll do some Minecraft on Friday. So thank you for watching tonight. I hope everyone enjoyed, and I will see you next time.